It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, new threats. California coping this morning with another round of severe weather. The 10th storm since Christmas. From whiteout conditions in the mountains to heavy rain in areas that have been soaked for weeks.
It's like a freaking monsoon out there.
We're live with your latest forecast. Plus, all in the family. Meet a very special mother-son duo who fulfilled a lifetime vow, graduating college together. They're live in Studio 1A to share their inspirational story. And emotional night. Stars get personal at the Critics' Choice Awards from Jennifer Coolidge's big win.
For anyone who's sort of given up hope, I hope this gives you inspiration. It's not over till it's over. It's not over till you're dead.
To Brendan Fraser's moving moment.
If you too can have the strength to just get to your feet and go to the light, good things will happen.
We'll go inside the touching ceremony today, Monday, January 16th, 2023.
Auburn, Alabama. Hampton, Virginia.
Dallas, Texas.
San Diego. And Chicago. From Boston. Spending and located on the plaza from Washington, D.C.
From Charleston, South Carolina.
For Jimmy's 30th. Shout out to my sister Raina.
Back in Goodyear, Arizona.
From Whittier, California.
Celebrating my 12th birthday at the Today Show.
You ready for a boost?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So you often see more women than men inside mani-pedi salons, but maybe it's because men are too ticklish, perhaps. Take a look at this first-time customer.
Oh, my back.
People are literally taking his picture. Look at it. She can't even do whatever she needs to do because he can't stop laughing. He was doing okay until it was time for the foot scrub.
Is it super ticklish?
No. I mean,
No?
well, I guess if you're
Okay.
not used to it.
Yeah, you've never
For the
had
rest
it
of
done.
us, it's just business as usual.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and
With
feels.
the latest the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and
With
feels.
the latest the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
We are back at 8:12 with an uplifting and inspiring story to begin your week.
Yeah, it's all thanks to two new graduates of the University of Maryland Global Campus. When Emmanuel Patton was just 5 years old, he made a promise to his mother that they would one day finish school together.
Well, 20 years later, the big moment came on Friday when Emmanuel and Carolyn, as you see here, received their bachelor's degrees and college diplomas at the same time. And they're with us this morning. We wanted to congratulate them right here on the couch. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Does it feel real?
Kind of.
Yes. So when you guys were both walking across the stage together, that graduation stage, let me start with you, Mom. What did it feel like for you?
It was an awe moment for me, exciting, nervous, emotional, but I held back the tears. But I really wanted to just cry because we actually arrived on this journey, for somebody who didn't want to go to school, didn't want to finish. But education is all around me, between my aunt who's a high school teacher, and she's constantly pushing about school and education. But I was concerned about my children, wanted them to have the best and treat them with royalty and encourage them that they can do this. They can't just stop at a high school diploma, can't just stop at an associate's degree. They got to keep pressing their way, because once they get it, can't nobody take that away.
That's right. And Emmanuel, do you remember going back to kindergarten when you made that promise to your mom?
Yes. It was back in the seat of the car, and I remember she was driving, and I was just telling Mom, I always see my mom she helps everybody else. She's working with everybody, making sure everybody has what they need. And I just want to make sure my mom has everything. So it just came to me. I felt like God led to me and said, you know what, make sure your mom has what's best for her. And so I looked at my mom and I said, Mom, I'm going to make sure one day you and me, we're going to graduate. Unless she got it before me, but she didn't. So I was like, okay. Time came, and then we finally...
You did it. You were a perceptive little guy back then, wasn't he?
All the time.
You know what? We've got a couple minutes left. There are so many people who will be watching, and perhaps moms or dads who understand what you've been through. They put their own lives and dreams on hold, right? Because you want your kids to succeed. So I know, how hard was it to get back in there, go back to class? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, imagine sitting back in there listening to professors. What was it like for you?
It was really hard. I remember one of my professors was a philosopher, and I wrote him, emailed him, and told him, I did not sign up to become a philosopher. I just want to get a decent grade. And he says, well, I'm not trying to make you a philosopher. I just want to make sure your paper is really good. I said, I just need to pass to get out of here so I can graduate on time with my son. He says, yes, ma'am, but this is what we have to do. And so they were just critiquing. It was an experience going back to school, and the discussions and the responses and the papers and doing the APA citation and references. But, with God and prayer and faith and my son, and sometimes I would, call, on other people on the outside to help my son's former babysitter, which is like a grandmother to him, Miss Greta Anderson. She constantly says, you can do this. I want you to finish. And so
what's your advice to people today? Because I know you guys, there's obviously an age gap, but your story sort of tracks. You guys kind of went back and forth with school and college. So what's your advice to people who maybe are a little bit older and people who are still younger trying to struggle to finish?
Don't ever give up. Have faith. Believe that you can do it. Apply yourself. Keep pushing, even if it takes one class at a time. Sometime if you can get in 2 classes, try it. But it's nothing impossible for you to do. The sky's the limit, but you got to believe it. And just keep pressing your way, and please do not quit.
I love that. Well, we're on a national morning show. What do you want to do?
I'm just so grateful that we're here, and this experience and exposure, and to be with my son and to see his promise and dream come true. I love him so much, and I'm so thankful for him and my daughter. But for him to get me here, try not to cry.
You can cry.
I'm trying to be strong as I possibly can, but this is so surreal.
This is beautiful. Right. It's a beautiful thing.
Once you don't cry, I'm good. I'm trying
not to.
You're a good son. Look at that.
Thank you.
Good son. Well, seriously, what was your major?
My major was in public safety administration.
Public safety administration. Okay, well, keep us posted.
Yes,
Both of you guys. God bless you guys. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Congratulations.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love you. I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love you. I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Jennifer Lopez is one of our favorites here today, and now she's teaming up with Josh Duhamel in the new movie Shotgun Wedding.
Yeah, Today contributor, my buddy Jason Ketty, sat down with J-Lo and Josh. Jason, what is up, my friend?
What's up, Tom? Good to see you. Good morning, everybody. So in their new film, J-Lo and Josh play an engaged couple. They're having a wedding on a remote island. Then some crazy things go down quickly. And the two stars who both just celebrated weddings in real life told me making this movie was the ride of their lives.
Stop shooting your sister!
It's J-Lo in a wedding dress like we've never seen before.
Don't you let go!
In her new rom-com Shotgun Wedding, Jennifer and fiancé Josh Duhamel are about to walk down the aisle when the event is held hostage by kidnappers.
Spray him in the eye.
Leaving it up to the bride and groom to save the day.
We had to kind of juggle these different tones of really broad kind of Lucille Ball, tapping into my inner Lucille Ball type comedy.
Yeah.
And then this action where we had to kind of be badass.
Is that genetics? Or is it like Pilates?
I'm watching this movie with my in-laws, and after there was this resounding, what the heck is she doing? How does she look this good?
You have to do the things. You have to try to eat. Whenever I don't eat right, I start seeing myself gain the weight. It's just like anybody else.
I'm not leaving you out of this. Is it a moisturizer that you use, John?
Well, I spent a lot of time. I'm not going to give a girl doesn't tell all her.
Give me one.
Hello.
We just got back from the holidays, and it's not pretty down there.
It's not.
No.
Really?
I'm going to cleanse right now.
Oh, wow.
To try to shed some.
What do you mean down there?
I mean,
you're pushing out. You absolutely are pushing.
I put on a few pounds.
I can't tell. You look phenomenal.
Over the past 6 months, I feel like everybody in the world has. I don't know what I have.
These stars have been filling their hearts too. Josh tying the knot last fall with former beauty queen Audra Mari, and J-Lo marrying Ben Affleck nearly 2 decades after they called off their first wedding.
I found the person that makes me the happiest I have ever been.
We moved in together, the kids moved in together. It's been like a really kind of emotional transition, but at the same time, like all your dreams coming true. And it's just been a phenomenal year, like my best year, I think, since my kids were born.
I love Ben too, though.
You do?
I do. I probably loved him longer than you have.
Yeah, I bet you have. He's dreamy.
He really is.
I get it.
A dreamboat. He's talented.
He's a sweetheart.
But I don't want to get into my relationship with Ben.
Ben's in the headlines himself after being spotted working at a Massachusetts Dunkin' Donuts. J-Lo along for the ride.
He is.
Massachusetts, they're going crazy. What's he doing? Blink once if it's his new job, or twice if it's a Super Bowl commercial.
No, I didn't blink.
No, you blinked.
I didn't mean to blink. Stop it. Stop trying to zoom in on my blinks.
Despite busy careers, these two say nothing is more important than parenthood. Josh has a 9-year-old son, Axel, with his ex Fergie, and J-Lo's twins, Emmy and Max, are now 14 and big fans of her movies.
They've watched Maid in Manhattan and The Wedding Planner, funnily enough. They haven't gotten into the Out of Sight. So they saw Selena.
And?
It was so. it was kind of sweet because I don't think they realized that she passed away. And so at the end of the movie, they were like, no! They were like really terrible. I was like, oh my God, I thought you knew. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. I'm still Jenny from the block.
J-Lo's revisiting the past in her music, too, soon releasing a follow-up to 2002's This Is Me Then, called This Is Me Now, her first studio album in nearly a decade.
The last time Ben and I were together to this album, it's been such a journey. The thing that I think I've been wondering about my whole life is like, is love real? Does true love exist? It's two people kind of coming together and saying, you know, I'm gonna be here no matter what, and we're gonna get through it together.
She was very open about that relationship. J-Lo and Josh's new movie, Shotgun Wedding. By the way, it streams on Amazon Prime starting January 27th. It's a really impressive cast. You got comedy legends like Jennifer Coolidge right here, and Cheech Marin, rocker Lenny Kravitz, who plays J-Lo's ex. As my wife would say, it's a cute flick. Check it out, guys.
I love that. That was a good interview.
Jason, thank you.
Jason.
Thank you.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest development? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm so excited about this season of Making Space. I feel like every single person who we're interviewing is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. It's all about what can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start. Like, I want a fresh start.
Here's what I want everyone to hear. This can and should be the best year of your life because you deserve that.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. New episodes every Monday.
We are back with today bestsellers. If you're already counting down the days until winter is over. We're here to make the rest of the season better and brighter. So we have Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock. She joins us with the best winter looks and must-haves. And they won't cost you a lot of money. They're just warm and delightful and yummy. So don't forget to scan that QR code to shop along with us. Good morning to you.
Hey, good morning.
Let's start with the sweaters, the hoodies. This is like where I live when the show is over.
This is amazing. This is actually a personal favorite of mine. I wear this all the time
like
at
the
home.
Color. Yeah.
Quarter zip sweaters are having a moment on social media right now. The Shop Today team is obsessed with this one because it's got the rib knit look.
Yeah.
So it looks a little bit more polished than a regular hoodie or sweater for women.
Yeah, I'm styling her.
It's got the oversized look, so you could layer it over all your clothes. You could wear it with your sweater, and it's got the drop shoulder, so you get the roomy sleeves.
Look at that.
It's so perfect. It comes in all these beautiful neutral colors, super affordable. And again, you could wear it with everything you already own in your closet.
That's cute.
And now for the guys, we've got the basic Hanes hoodie or the crew neck sweater, and you can't go wrong with this one.
Okay.
Amazon shoppers love it. It's got over 160,000 reviews.
Does that say $11?
It's $11. It's super affordable. Again,
that's great.
For the ladies, for the men, affordable,
just easy.
Basic finds, cozy, comfy, all winter long.
Easy. Okay, are these these leggings?
These are game-changing leggings. These
Talk
are not,
to me.
These are not your average legging, tights. Chanel.
Tights.
These are fleece-lined thermal tights. So the key to finding the perfect tights is always finding an opaque pair. So you don't want them to be sheer, but you want them to keep you warm, which a lot of tights don't always do. Okay. These actually are made with thermal material and they're fleece lined. Look at this.
I love that. Wait, how
and
much
they're
are those?
super
$20.
thin. They're $20, so they're a little bit of a splurge for a pair of tights, but you're gonna wear them.
You'll have them forever.
Over and over again. They come in all the great colors: nude, tan, black, and gray. These are our favorite. Our producers are obsessed with these.
Yeah, put this on with the dress and boots and call it a day.
Exactly.
Okay, so you know this is my jam.
This is your jam.
I do love earrings.
You love a value set, so we thought of you when we were picking this. So a great way to spruce up any outfit on a budget is with an accessory. Like that's a no-brainer. But we found a set of affordable accessories all in one. Okay. This is 36 pairs of earrings for $17.99.
That is
awesome. If you do
awesome.
the math, do a little bit of math, it's around 50 cents per pair of earrings.
And they're cute.
And they're super cute.
These are
you get the cool hoops. You've got some subtle studs if you're into the studs. You get the trendy huggies. You have so many
really
here.
cute.
You could use some, give some to your daughter. Give some to your
like
girlfriends.
these with the pearls on them.
You can't go wrong with that.
Love.
These are amazing.
Gold and silver.
Gold and silver plated. The brand says they're hypoallergenic, so you don't have to worry about allergies. Okay. These are a great value. Okay.
Well, you know I love. Have you seen me in my gray one? I wear the.
Yes. So Chanel, now that you're a movie star, we know you love to stay comfy and cozy all the time when you're coming into the office.
This is cute.
And this is such a great piece to have to wear from home and out and about. I love wearing this for school pickup with like leggings and a t-shirt.
This is cute.
So this is a really great little fuzzy. I know you shop and work.
Yeah, I do.
This is so great. It's a fuzzy hoodie. You could wear it like
How much is this one?
This one's
$40.
around $40, so it's a little bit more of a splurge. But again,
if these sell, you're welcome. I should get a cut.
Exactly. These are really great because again, you could wear it at home with like leggings, a t-shirt, lounging around. Or if you're like me and you're like on the go, I have to go pick up the kids at school. You're gonna wear it out and about too. You could wear it to
guys. You like this?
This is great.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Comes in a bunch of different colors and prints too.
All right. And
yes. Okay.
Do we have a splurge for these?
These
are a deal.
These are a little bit of a splurge, but also kind of a deal. So Adidas makes these cloud foam sneakers.
Yeah.
They start at $49.95.
They're super comfy.
They're so comfy and they're really lightweight. So these are really great whether your sneakers are in need of an upgrade or maybe you're, a first-time walker. You've joined the Start Today group and you want to get your steps in. These are a great option because super affordable, very lightweight shoe. They're made with cloud foam material that the brand says is really supportive for all-day comfort. So whether you're a runner or a walker, you're gonna get the comfort and the support all day long.
Okay.
And again, super affordable for men and women.
Now this has been good. All right, last one.
Okay, this last one is so cool. Okay. It's $15. It's a spray.
What is it?
That waterproofs and stain proofs your shoes. So I couldn't believe it, so I had to buy it. And I tried it on my little suede boots.
Oh.
This is my sink. These are my boots. You spray it on. You let it sit. And I literally poured it under my sink and totally dry.
Wow, because normally the toes get all funky when they get wet. Yeah.
Totally dry.
How much for $15?
And the brand says to use it every month on your shoes. And it's gonna keep them rainproof, waterproof, and stain resistant.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Thank
Really
you.
cool.
These were good ones.
Yes.
All right, if you want to shop these pics, you can scan that QR code right there. Somewhere. Just go to today.com/shop. By the way, Today earns a commission on purchases made from this segment, which solely features Today products from Amazon. Good deal. Thank you.
Yeah.
We are back now with some Plaza picks. I really enjoyed meeting Dan and Nina from Tennessee. They're celebrating their 45th wedding anniversary. And Dan is an Army veteran, so of course we are so thankful for his service.
We are. And here's me with the Mahalik family celebrating Yeti's 74th birthday. They came in from Indonesia and they told me it was the greatest moment of their life.
Oh, my
meeting
goodness.
me. No, I'm just joking.
I was like, that's
happy birthday though to Yeti.
And check this out. This is a group of kindergarten teachers from Georgia spending the last day of the holiday break with us. I love teachers. It's back to the classroom for them tomorrow. So they're soaking up one more day here in New York.
They were excited.
They were really excited
to be out there.
Nice.
Okay, we're going to take a turn now to Today Food. And this morning, a New York City nonprofit helping young chefs fulfill their dreams.
Working hand in hand with a public high school is bringing more diversity to kitchens and new culinary talents to the customer's plate.
Keep your ears open for the next call.
It has the stress and energy of many restaurant kitchens.
1 hour for everything to be outside. 1 hour.
Yet this one is a classroom.
Oxtail will go right here.
These young aspiring chefs are high school sophomores and juniors at Food and Finance High School in Manhattan.
I need someone to do a chiffonade on the basil.
Perfecting the art of setting tables.
You need to know as a server, oh, my table's about to get up and go to the buffet. I gotta make sure that their situation is reset.
And preparing all the dishes for their monthly luncheon, a showcase for these teenagers pursuing their dreams.
Beautiful.
It's about being able to be yourself and put your own twist and spins on certain dishes, and also being able to create what you think people will love.
Food is somewhere that I can get away from everything. I'm working with people with all different types of experience levels, and it's fun. You get different perspectives and stuff like that, so it's more fun than anything else.
A big help in making those dreams a reality is the Food Education Fund, a New York City nonprofit that works with 3 partner public schools like this one on funding, training, and placement in area restaurants. Sean Feeney is the fund's co-chair.
Today is their first shot. The lights go on, and they get that taste of taking care of others, feeding others, making people feel great. After they leave us, even better. So it's an exciting program for us, and hopefully they love it so much that they do become interns. They become team members of restaurants, and it's something they do for the rest of their life. It starts today.
The Food Education Fund currently reaches about 860 public high school students, 97% of whom are minorities. And in the last 5 years, every single graduate of their training program has been hired in an area restaurant. 20-year-old Romeo Malpica is one of those graduating chefs. He interned during his senior year and is now a line cook at Lilia in Brooklyn, focusing on pasta dishes and the grill.
It's just that confidence of being able to do something when I'm asked to. It's like, okay, and now I'm building towards something, building towards myself, bettering myself.
Yeah, I think it's great, especially coming out of the pandemic, to get these young kids in early, and again to show them how to be successful in this industry and show them that it can be a viable career path and they can get a lot out of it.
It's the first step for the next generation of chefs, continuing the love of food they learned from their parents and grandparents.
That's how I knew I wanted to make people feel like this, because she made me feel like this.
It's such a good idea. And if you're in the area and you want to try some of these students' food, they have a concession stand at Brooklyn Nets games. How cool is that, right? Yeah. It's called the Safe Grounds Cafe. School Safe Grounds. That too, hopefully. Yeah. School Grounds Cafe. I just told you guys that I need glasses. The only student-operated concession stand at an NBA arena.
Awesome.
So congratulations to those young folks.
For them to see their stuff out there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right.
It's good.
Dylan, we have some, I was going to say celebrity birthdays. They are celebrities because they're going to be on the Today Show.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
We cannot read this.
Celebrities right now. So let's spin around those Smucker's jars and wish a very happy 100th birthday to Shirley Siller of Boynton Beach, Florida, home to our friends at WPTV. Shirley keeps active by walking 4 miles a day. Good for her. Ollie Johnson of Gary, Indiana is 100. She's spent nearly her entire life in the same town and 50 years at her same home. It's really cool. Happy 100th birthday to Joe Canova, a Chicago Bears fan from the Windy City. He's been a season ticket holder for more than 70 years, and it's cold at some of those games. Ruth Green is 100. This proud grandma's from Rochester, New York. She says the secret to longevity is chocolate. I like the way you think. Frederick Conley of New Orleans is 100. He worked for the U.S. Postal Service for much of his life. Great work there. Yeah. And last but certainly not least, happy 100th birthday to Trudy Berlin of Boca Raton, Florida. She leads a weekly social group for other seniors at her local community center. So good for her.
I love it. These Smucker's jars are never lost to me. I remember as a little girl watching the Today Show and seeing the folks who made the Smucker's jars. So it's a tradition that continues. Cool. I love it. All right, well, we are back with our third and fourth hours, including the 5 biggest trends in winter shoes and a marketing teacher in her second act as a track star now. But first, right, your local news. Bye-bye. This morning on the third hour of Today, wild weekend. The NFL playoffs underway with an emotional win in Buffalo after a pregame message from Damar Hamlin. Plus an epic comeback, an underdog upset, and a frantic finish. We are breaking it all down. Then mega mystery, the only winning ticket in the $1.35 billion jackpot sold in a small Maine town. We're live with what the locals are saying. Plus, a former fashion exec and teacher now on track to do something incredible.
I'm getting older and faster. Oh my gosh.
How she ran into the record books in her second act. And if you're trying to get healthy in 2023, we are talking all things nutrition and today's checklist. Not just what to eat, but how much. That's all ahead today, Monday, January 16th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour of Today. I'm Chanel here with Dylan, Al, and Craig. Have the day off, so guess what? Our cousin Harry Smith is here with us.
How do I get so lucky?
To be our cousin or to be here?
Just here, cousin, relative, however you say it. Yes.
Yeah, and it's a special day today. We certainly start this week with a moment of reflection and remembrance on this Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day. All over the country, today is a day. It's a day of service to honor Dr. King's legacy and his commitment to the civil rights movement. And for a lot of people, the very first thing, of course, that comes to mind when they think of Dr. King is that iconic speech on the National Mall in 1963, where he shared his dream for our country's future.
I have a dream that one day, even the state of Mississippi, a state sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream. My 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
This August marks the 60th anniversary of that speech, considered by many to be one of the greatest in American history.
Without question.
Yeah, no question.
I want to talk about something that happened to me on very close to a Martin Luther King birthday celebration. It was Barack Obama's first inauguration. And we were on the mall. We're covering the speech. We're covering this massive crowd that was there.
Yep.
And I'm walking off the mall with a black cameraman who I was working with, who grew up in Virginia, who talked about the days of his youth when there were crosses burned in people's front yards, and that this could happen in this country, this black man elected president, right around the time of Martin Luther King birthday weekend. It was really, really something.
It is special.
Right.
It's a moment you'll never forget, for sure.
Ever.
You know, it's interesting. I think as much as we talk about, it's Martin Luther King Day, it's a day off, we need to remember that it's a day of service. And there are so many communities around the country. It's interesting. What I remember most, every year on Martin Luther King Day, when we were growing up, we would go to the Henry Levitt Arena. It was around Wichita State University. And every year they would honor someone in the community. And there was one year where they honored my grandfather. And my grandfather, he was a physician, but he was a very kind of a serious, kind of mellow, gentle guy. And I remember these kids came out and they had, Dr. Martin Luther King's picture up, and we were just celebrating that day. And I just had never seen him. He danced and he moved. It was like, I've never seen my grandfather dance. Yeah. But I just think in communities all over, there are adults and children who are making memories around such a positive legacy. So I'm hopefully wherever you are this morning, you could take a moment to remember this day, for sure. All right. Well, now we turn to a story that we've all been following closely, the amazing recovery of Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin. It was on top of mind, no question about it, as the NFL playoffs got underway this weekend.
Really quite amazing, right? It was 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
Hamlin gave the Bills some extra motivation when he visited the team before the game for the first time since that scare that nearly took his life.
NBC's Jesse Kirsch is live in Orchard Park, New York, with that and all the wild action that we saw this weekend. It was a fun weekend of football, Jesse.
A big football weekend. Good morning, guys. This was a thrilling wild card round. It's not quite done yet, but we've already seen a historic comeback, nail biters, an upset, and of course, more tributes for Damar Hamlin, who, as you mentioned, for the first time this weekend since he got out of the hospital, was able to visit his teammates in person.
There it is.
This morning, the Buffalo Bills celebrating a wild card win.
But Buffalo is still here.
And more progress for Damar Hamlin. The Bills safety visiting teammates this weekend for the first time since he got out of a Buffalo hospital following his on-field cardiac arrest earlier this month.
It brought smiles and happy tears to everybody in the building.
And while some fans hoped Hamlin would make a game day appearance in person, he tweeted, "Supporting from home as I focus on my recovery. Nothing I want more than to be out there with them." Number 3 still represented from the sidelines to the stands.
Even if he's watching from home, he's here with you.
He's here with us.
Here we go.
Live tweeting as his teammates held off the Miami Dolphins.
The Bengals survive!
Next up, the Bills host the Cincinnati Bengals, who beat the Baltimore Ravens Sunday after the Bengals' Sam Hubbard recovered a near goal line fumble, taking it for a stunning 98-yard touchdown. Fans here in Buffalo ready for the two squads to face each other once again after their regular season meeting was called off because of Hamlin's emergency.
After what this team and the Bengals went through on that Monday night game, and especially for all the fans, it would just be special.
In other action, the New York Giants upset the Minnesota Vikings with this fourth quarter touchdown to put them through 31-24.
Touchdown, New York!
The Giants, the only underdog to win this weekend, getting their first postseason victory in more than a decade.
For the win.
But the wildest of the wildcard games this weekend may have been this historic comeback.
Lawrence throws, and again it's intercepted.
The Jacksonville Jaguars' young quarterback Trevor Lawrence threw 4 first-half interceptions, at one point trailing the Los Angeles Chargers by 27 points.
Lawrence fires into the end zone, caught! Touchdown!
But somehow, the Jaguars clawed back to win 31-30 on this game-winning field goal.
Fight, keep battling. Didn't matter what the score was, and that's why we had a chance to win it.
After the victory, Jacksonville's QB celebrating with a late-night trip to a local Waffle House.
Next up for the wild card round tonight, it's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers hosting the Dallas Cowboys. A question for a lot of football fans: could this be Tom Brady's actual last game if he doesn't win? But I want to know, if he does win, is he also going to celebrate at a Waffle House? Guys, back to you.
Maybe. I feel like his diet does not include Waffle House. Jesse, thank you so much.
Great games.
It's been fun to watch, especially when it's like, oh, somebody's winning, and then you walk away for a minute, and then you're like,
just never know
what just happened.
It's the beauty of sports, right?
Cool.
Difficult if you have money on the games. But, right. Now to, speaking of gambling, now to the billion-dollar question. In a small town in Maine, someone there bought the only winning ticket in this weekend's Mega Millions drawing, and everyone wants to know who did it. NBC's Kathy Parker is in Lebanon, Maine, right down the street or up the street from your neck of the woods. Kathy, some states will protect the identities of lottery winners. Does Maine do that? And do we know anything more about who won?
Well, first of all, guys, it certainly wasn't me. I bought a bunch of these, so I can toss this out, right? But so far, no one has come forward. And Harry, you mentioned the fact that this person can remain anonymous. It's one of those states where you can if you are represented by a trust. But the clock is really ticking. According to lottery officials, they now have up to a year to claim this massive prize. But the lottery offices are closed today, so the first day they can actually do that, claim that money, is tomorrow.
Great. This is also great news for the store that sold that ticket. How much money do they get? I know they get a bonus.
Yes, that bonus, $50,000, not too bad. And Fred, the owner, was saying, look, he's going to be sharing this new windfall. He's going to be giving some of that money to the staff here, back to the community, and whatever is left will also go back to the store.
That is so nice. We talked about that. He certainly doesn't have to, but he wants to share it.
Good thing.
Share the wealth. All right, thank you, Kathy. Coming up, anyone trying to get healthy knows meal planning can be overwhelming, but knowing what to eat and also how much is half the battle. So we're going to break that down in today's checklist. And then you are going to meet a teacher in her second act as a bona fide track star now, giving a whole new meaning to the golden years in her second act. We'll be right back.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. I love you too.
This is it.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I'm so excited about this season of Making Space. I feel like every single person who we're interviewing is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. It's all about what can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start. Like, I want a fresh start.
Here's what I want everyone to hear. This can and should be the best year of your life because you deserve that.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. New episodes every Monday.
We are back with today's checklist, and this morning we are going to help you take charge of your health by talking food, breaking down the nutrients that you need right now and in the right amounts also. So joining us this morning is Vanessa Rossetto, registered dietitian and CEO of Culina Health. Good morning, Vanessa.
Good morning.
You're first time joining us.
Yeah.
It's so nice to have you
Thanks
here.
for having me.
And I think it's so important, when we talk about all this stuff, it's like you think, oh, this is good for you, but how much are you supposed to be taking in? And is it different for men and women? So we're going to start today with fiber.
Yeah, so this is one that is actually, there are differences for men and women. So men should have about 35 grams and women about 28 grams. But when I say, hey, get 28 grams of fiber, you're like, cool, where?
What does that even
How?
mean? Yes.
Exactly. And fiber is good for gut health. It's good for weight management. And so easy ways for me, I always think like more bang for my buck.
Okay.
So 2 tablespoons of chia are 11 grams of fiber.
Oh.
So you add that to your oats, which are 4 grams, right? And so now we're at 15. Then we're going to have...
And this stuff all has fiber too?
All has fiber.
Dark chocolate?
Dark chocolate blows everyone's mind. 85% or over has about 3 or 4 grams of fiber.
Take a little piece of that, right?
Yeah. And also,
Wow, that is the hardest dark chocolate I've ever had.
Also, 1 cup of raspberries is 8 grams of fiber.
Okay.
So, if you want to just like add something extra to your oats, just toss it in.
That's the easiest way to do it.
Exactly.
Pistachios, edamame, all
Exactly.
examples. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about vegetables. We can't do this segment without vegetables.
You need vegetables.
Right?
Everyone needs
While I chomp on my dark
Yes.
chocolate.
Yes.
Okay. How much?
So I like to say 1 cup of vegetables at lunch and dinner. Doesn't have to be roasted broccoli or, roasted edamame.
Right.
We can just cut up carrots, cut
Right.
up celery, cut up red bell peppers.
Is raw best?
Depends on
Yeah.
what's good, what your stomach can take.
Yeah.
So, if you can tolerate raw vegetables, that's awesome. If you want to cook them down because that's a little bit easier for you, that's okay too.
Right.
But it doesn't have to be, shaved Parmesan and olive oil and roasted for 30 minutes. It's just cut them up, put them on the side, keep it going.
You could even munch in those during the day,
That's
right?
right. That's right. Yep.
For those people who do that whole all-day eating
Exactly.
thing.
And you can add some cheese with it
Yeah.
to help you,
Okay.
help you get full. So
All
it's
right.
really great.
So here's the next thing, right? I see so many people in this building who walk around
Yes.
with these things of water
Yes.
this big.
And good for them.
Right. If they don't get to the bottom, they feel like they're a failure.
Yeah.
How much water?
90 ounces? Yeah, so I'm looking for 90 ounces a day, which could be a little bit difficult, but many of us are working at home, so we have easy access to a restroom if you need.
Good point.
Sometimes that bothers people. But actually, some quick ways for you to get hydration in, you can just add a pinch of Himalayan sea salt. That helps with electrolytes and helps to keep you feeling more
Really?
hydrated. Yep.
Himalayan sea salt?
Himalayan sea salt, yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry too much about, the 90 ounces if it's a little bit taxing.
That's kind of the good salt. Let's talk about the not so good salt. It's funny because the thing is, it's not just table salt. There's sodium in so many of our products.
Sodium is everywhere. And if you have some issues with blood pressure or things like that, you want to pay attention. So the American Heart Association recommends 1 teaspoon, about 2,300 milligrams. Salt is hidden everywhere. So
A day?
A day.
A teaspoon a day?
And so here's the thing. Most people eat fresh food, right?
Yeah.
And so if you are eating canned soups, you want to look for things that are low sodium. You can also get low sodium cold cuts.
Yeah.
It's just being mindful of those words so that you don't overdo it.
All right, since we're talking about goals in 2023, healthy eating, all of this is where I mess up. Snacks. My snacks aren't right. I already know. Well,
You got to get your snacks
my
lined
snacks
up
are
right.
just, I got to get it in order.
Well, what happens is people are looking for snacks that are already processed,
And yummy.
packaged, and
No,
yummy.
I'm just
Yes, I'm always
kidding.
looking for things. If it's not delicious, we're not eating it.
Right.
And so sometimes you'll get a bar, and the bar will be 300 calories, and maybe that might be a little bit over. So you could do the dark chocolate with 15 almonds. So there's fiber, and there's protein, and there's fat.
That's not bad.
It's going to hold you over. So I'm always looking for more than 150 calories, but no more than 200.
So between 150 and 200.
Yeah.
Is this where I'm supposed to live,
This is where you can
is
live.
this home?
Yeah, this is home. So,
Okay.
And so here's a fun way, because eggs maybe by themselves are a little bit boring.
Just a little.
So we can add a little hot sauce. We can add everything but the bagel seasoning. It's
Okay.
very delicious. But also we can always go back to the dark chocolate and the almonds for something fun.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Welcome to my home, Harry.
That's right.
How's that not
Doritos. Oh no.
No.
Eggs.
And eggs.
Yum.
That was great. Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Coming up, an award-winning teacher who took a turn in her second act. With no running experience, how she found herself on a very different track. Then later, get organized in 2023, simple home hacks like what to do with all those cords and wires when the third hour of Today continues.
It's great.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah, I love you too.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah, I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
We are back now with the story of a Tacoma, Washington woman who made her mark on the fashion world before becoming an award-winning teacher.
Well, now she's in her second act, and as she turns 70, she's still picking up the pace.
I went into fashion because it was in my blood when I was born.
Madonna Hanna is a fashionista at heart.
As a 5-year-old, I would go into my parents' closet and I would reorganize their garments by color. They'd come home and like, why are our shoes reorganized by color?
She turned her childhood passion into a career in fashion marketing and retail.
I came in as one of the few African American executives in downtown Boston, and Jordan Marsh was one of the largest department stores in New England. My dream at that time was to be a buyer. At that time, African Americans were not going to be promoted to be buyers, just assistant buyers. It was the 70s, and it was just one of those things.
She then took her skills from the showroom to the classroom, teaching marketing in her industry for over 30 years.
I wanted to give the industry that I love people who on day one, when they walked in, they would be able to contribute.
It was her classroom projects that earned Madonna and her students national attention, like their Dare Not to Swear campaign.
500 students signed up to pledge not to swear. We were like flabbergasted, like what? Vanna White sent us a nice photograph that says no swearing, and even the First Lady, Laura Bush, reached out to us.
In 2011, at the age of 57, Madonna had a new classroom, this time on the track. Go. As a student.
It just came to me that I should run 100 meters. It was such an overwhelming feeling like, where is this coming from?
She had no sports experience, but she had speed. Her husband, Steven, a former sprinter and track coach, stepped up to train her, even entering her in the Washington State Senior Games.
I won. I won the 50 and I won the 100.
13 state medals, 1 national medal, and 1 ruptured Achilles later, Madonna was hooked.
It's my life. Just like the seed for fashion, that seed for speed in my DNA. It didn't quit.
In 2018, Steven passed away from vocal cord cancer.
He wrote that he wanted me to continue racing, build up my thighs, and to wear red, white, and blue at the National Senior Games.
Madonna honored his request and continues to compete. Now with a new coach, a beefed up workout regimen, and adding 6 more medals.
I'm getting older and faster. Oh my gosh. And I'm, beating my times before my ruptured Achilles.
This 69-year-old is in it for the long run and going for gold.
This journey of running was not my plan. It has taught me that absolutely anything can happen in life.
Isn't that great?
Really?
Wow.
So in last year's Washington State Senior Games, Madonna won gold in the 50 and 100 meter races, and she will be competing at the National Senior Games this summer. It'll be in Pittsburgh. She hopes to someday break the Washington State record for her age group, and eventually for her age group, she wants to break the national and world records.
No doubt.
And we're wearing red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue. We talked about it, I think it was last hour, about, she just turned 70.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So we do a lot on the show about second acts. So you just never know.
Here's the thing.
Keep dreaming.
I mean, honestly,
Yeah.
most days I check my phone to see how many steps I've done. I'm not winning any 50 or 100 meters.
You know what, though? There's still time.
There's still time. I don't think so.
Hashtag start today.
Okay.
All right, coming up, we are sharing some simple hacks to get organized, including once and for all, how to fold that fitted sheet.
You can't do that. You can't do it.
You can't. It can't be done. And then a little bit later, a Start Today workout to start your week. But this one is about more than working up a sweat. Got some stretching involved. We'll be right back.
Oh, my God.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
We are kicking off our Clean Sweep series this week, and what better way to get started than to get things organized?
Janelle Cohen is the author of The Folding Book, a complete guide to creating space and getting organized.
She has helped famous clients like influencer Jordan Woods, life coach Jay Shetty, and Dixie and Charlie D'Amelio of TikTok
Cool.
fame. Yeah, we're not joking around here. Janelle, good morning.
Hi.
Just give us some tips to start with.
Yeah, so the first thing you're going to do is set a timer. Organizing should not be overwhelming, so figure out what feels realistic to you, whether it's 10 minutes, 20 minutes, a closet, one drawer. It's all going to add up.
Okay.
And then you're going to put it on your calendar. Put it on your calendar like you would for a doctor's appointment, an important meeting.
You have to make a commitment.
You do. You have to commit. And you can't forget the most important step, which is labeling.
Huh?
It's what keeps everyone in your home accountable.
It's true. You do all the work and then everybody else messes it up. And
It's
it's like,
true.
did you know t-shirts go here? And it's like, well, it's not labeled.
Exactly.
Very good
Exactly.
point.
You know where things are,
good.
what
All
you
right.
have, and then where to put it away.
All right, I want to see
I'm
this.
ready.
I hear
So,
you're the David
this-
Blaine of sheet folding.
Yes.
Let's
My
hear how
mom
this
has been
works.
trying to teach me since I was a little girl how to fold a fitted sheet, and I still can't do it.
I wish if you're at home, go get your fitted sheet.
I know.
Yes,
It's along with us.
I promise it takes a little practice. It is not that hard. You're going to start with your sheet inside out. Put your hands in the corners of the wide side. Okay, now we're going to flip around here for a second. Okay, you're going to bring your right hand.
Okay.
Meet your left hand.
I've tried this.
Flip it over.
See, this is where I lose
Pull.
it.
Oh, now you're
I'm
holding
losing
it with
it.
your
I'm
left.
losing it.
You're good. You have it. That's
Okay,
it.
okay.
You're nailing it.
Okay.
Now you're going to walk your hands down, and as you walk them down, keep flipping till you get to the next corner. So just
Okay.
keep walking, keep walking, keep
okay.
flipping,
This is a
keep going.
lot.
Don't give up. Don't get overwhelmed.
Okay, I'm-
And then you get to the other corner.
Okay.
Keep going. You're good. Keep
Okay.
going.
Okay.
There you go.
You're very motivating. Okay.
And now you do it one more time. You got your hands in the corners. Yep.
Okay. Flip.
Put it on your left. Flip it over.
Over. Okay.
Pull.
Flip it.
And look it. You got a square. And once you have a
That's
square,
not a square.
oh, here it is.
Come on.
Okay.
That is a square.
Look at this. Okay, now
And now you're going to fold into thirds. Bring the middle in. Doesn't have to be
Okay.
perfect. And then bring the other side in over
Okay.
and into thirds.
Messed up somewhere.
No, you did it. You're still
This is
going.
what I do at home.
I know.
Right?
There you go. There you go.
Look at that.
You did it.
Oh,
Yay.
my God.
And if you do it a little
You know what? I'm
slower,
gonna
it's going
play
to be
this
perfect. I
segment back.
promise.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think it's because you were closer to the coach.
Yes,
No,
yes,
I
yes.
listen better.
It's not that hard. It takes a little bit of practice, but
Oh, that
seriously,
is-
once you get the hang of it,
Mom, I did it.
great party
Mama, I
trick.
made it.
Great party
Honestly,
trick.
that's really cool. Like everybody, we need to put that on Instagram. All right, let's talk about the kitchen. How
Yes.
to organize your kitchen.
So with the kitchen, people always talk about how their countertops feel very cluttered.
Yep.
And a really simple thing to do is just to organize the cables on your appliances.
Okay.
So there's all different kinds of cable organizers. You can even use rubber bands.
Okay.
Wrap up the cord, and you can either keep it plugged in at the length you need it, or it's easy to put in the cabinet. So it's
Okay.
easy to put it away. Your cords aren't
It
going to
just
get all
looks
tangled.
neat.
Yeah, look at how cool these are. They're really amazing.
I like that. And what about this?
Oh, the shelf riser, your new best friend. You open up your cabinet and you see a row of mugs and then a bunch of extra space. That vertical space is not being maximized, and that is a game changer.
Where can we get these?
You can get these anywhere. They're amazing. Get them online. They're called shelf risers. You pop it in.
You double your space.
You literally double your
Adding an extra
space.
shelf.
And it's not too deep?
Not
for the
too
cabinet?
deep. You just have to measure your cabinet, but
Okay.
typically they're about standard size, 12 inches,
Okay.
13 inches.
I don't see anything labeled there.
Nothing labeled
This is
here.
just organized.
Clearly, these are the
Bowls,
dishes. Right.
plates.
So cool. All right, should we come to the closet?
Yes, we
Closet. What is the
should.
best way to organize hanging clothes?
Color code.
Okay.
Color coding is really a great way to make your closet feel very cohesive. Makes it easy to find what you're looking for. But the first thing you have to do is categorize. So categories are like we have here, which are dresses, jackets, pants, tops, and then
Color code within a category.
Exactly.
Within
that is
the
trick.
category.
Yes, you don't
and
want your
also the
whole
hangers. It helps for them all to be the same.
That's
it. Just gives you a little shoo
cohesive. Yes, and it makes you smile.
Yeah.
Don't you want your wardrobe and your closet and your
and
home
not
to make
feel
you smile?
overwhelmed. This has been. I've actually started one of these in my kids' closet. Having a donation bin. Once they grow out of it, I just throw it right in there.
This is the donation bin down here.
Yeah, so when you're getting ready and you put something on and you're like, this just doesn't make me feel good, or it doesn't fit me anymore, or I don't like it, instead of putting it away and then going through a cycle again of that happening, put it straight into a bin for donations. And then when it fills up, you can drop it off at your local shelter,
great idea.
donation.
And for kids, they outgrow things so quickly.
So
Just put 'em right
I like
there.
a fancy basket. It, again, puts a smile on your face.
Exactly.
Janelle,
Good.
that was
Thank
great.
you.
Thank
Hang on
you.
one second, though.
Yes.
The award, because not everybody doesn't get a trophy. But you,
Yay!
wow.
You get a fitted sheet.
You know you're getting old when this is what you're excited about. Thank you, Janelle, so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now that we've gotten organized, folded our sheets, we are going to get moving. It is start today, and we've got a full body workout aimed at improving your mobility. We're going to try it. You're going to do it with us when we come right back.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Just call when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan. This is the moment.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your
We always love this time of the show. It's another Start Today workout, and we are continuing with this month's theme, full body workout. So here to help is fitness trainer and founder and CEO of the Live Method, Matt Sauerhoff. Matt, good morning.
Good morning. Dylan and I forgot our workout gear, so we're just making it work.
We'll make it
Yes,
work.
we'll make it work, especially because this is kind of working on strength, moving your whole body,
Mobility,
balance, all of that.
getting prepped for movement. These are 4 movements that you could do anywhere from the comfort of your home. You don't need any equipment or anything. So why don't we just jump right into it? Why don't we take a nice straddled position? Okay. So we're gonna warm up the glutes and stretch the inner thigh. So I want you guys to slide into the pocket on the right side. Okay. Keep that inner leg nice and straight. Bring that leg up to me. Feel a nice stretch in the inner thigh, and then we're gonna slide over to the left. Okay, go ahead and sink a little bit deeper each time as the adductors start to loosen up.
What is this doing?
We're warming up the glutes, the quads, hamstrings,
And I feel it in here.
stretching the inner thigh.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
Good. Let's slide to the other side.
Do you want to do it nice and slow?
Nice and slow. The more time under tension, the harder it'll be. It's obviously not a lot of resistance, but this would be a great preparatory movement for some harder
I hope
exercises.
you guys are doing this at home right
Yeah, come on, get up and
no reason why you can't do this with us.
Awesome.
All right,
Great.
Second exercise.
Next exercise we're going to do is going to be a kickstand walk back. So it's a unilateral movement, meaning we're loading up one side of the leg. So let's place our weight on our left side. And I want you guys to push the hip back to feel a nice stretch in the hips. Okay. And then go ahead and tap that foot back
what you were doing
as far as you can, right in the teeth. Exactly.
Okay.
And walk it in nice and slow.
What does this do?
Hold the tension in the leg. This is going to be focusing more on the posterior chain. So that's the back side of the body. Warming up your hamstrings. You'll feel your calves, your feet, and your glutes and hamstrings. Good. Let's go ahead and switch to the other side.
Okay. Do you feel that, Dylan? I do.
Good.
Especially because like these little taps force you to hold your balance.
Exactly. It's great for single leg strength, single leg balance.
Okay.
Excellent. Reach it as far back as you can and slowly walk it in.
That's good.
Good. Let's bring it down to the floor. We're going to do a nice core exercise.
Okay.
A nice bird dog. Okay, so go ahead and take a nice stable base on all fours. Find a neutral spine. Push firmly into the floor. We're going to slowly lift opposite arm and leg. Let's hold that for a second. Okay, opposite arm and leg. Right arm, left leg. Slowly extend. Reach. Good. Drive that back heel back. Arms and fingers reaching forward. Slowly bring that elbow and knee together. Good. Go ahead and let's take it out for a nice long stretch. Good, let's go. Other side. Opposite side, we're gonna take the left arm, right knee, float, and slowly extend. Get nice, long, and strong.
Everywhere.
Good job, guys.
Our floor director is like 20 more minutes.
Elbow, Cindy. Excellent. Good. So go ahead, take your fingertips to the edge of the mat.
Okay.
We're going to step our feet back to a nice high plank.
Okay.
Okay. Eyes looking forward. We're going to drive the hips up nice and high. Big stretch of the calves. Down dog. Okay. And we're going to pull ourselves forward into a nice up dog. Pull the chest through. Eyes looking up, shoulders down and back.
We're actually really working out today.
Oh, yeah. You know I don't come in for the easy stuff.
But this is like, it's good. It feels good at the same time. It's hard, but like you feel.
You know, I like this because, again, you can do it in your living room. You don't need a lot of equipment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wanted to make it accessible to everybody.
Yeah, no, this is good. This is great. All right, we have
Good.
one more.
Good. Nice big up dog. And pull it on through.
Okay.
Final hold. Yeah, at the Live Method, we believe that movement is medicine, and we wanted to be able to bring some nice movement to everybody.
That was literally 4 minutes, and I can feel
right.
It's just those little.
And this feels open.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like it's.
No, this could be used as either a warm-up or a standalone program.
This is great, Matt. Thank you, Matt.
Of course, it's my pleasure.
Okay, if you want to check out these moves and get a few more, plus sign up for our Start Today newsletter, just head to today.com.
All right, next we're eating. No, I'm just kidding. Up next, we're sharing some of the top trending stories on our website, like the 12 questions every couple should ask each other. If you're married, you're dating, we have questions for you. And then the TV relationship that's back on TV. Are Carrie and Aiden together again? Ooh. Didn't he break up with her on a Post-it note? One or the other? We'll be right back. I don't know.
I heard that.
Stretch. Like actual stretch?
This is what it looks and feels
The
like.
latest film. The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Time's up.
Hi, everybody. We are back with another edition of This Is Today, where we highlight some of the top trending and buzzworthy stories on today.com. So as always, here with what we need to know is Today digital editorial director Ariana Davis, and you can read more on any of the stories that she's going to talk about this morning by scanning that QR code. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good
Hi,
morning.
guys.
So I think this first story is pretty important. Dylan was just talking about how her little guy Cal came home and started talking about Martin Luther King and the day.
All about it.
Right. So this next story, it's kind of talking about how we're teaching our kids the importance of this day.
Yeah, it's not just a holiday or a day off, but it's also an opportunity to talk to our children about the holiday and the importance of Dr. King's life. And so we had various teachers around the country give us some tips depending on age range, which the full list is at today.com. But if you have kids who are around like kindergarten, preschool age, this is a good day to start talking to them about things like fairness and kindness, pegged to kind of his legacy and the things that he talked about during his lifetime. Middle school age kids, you can start talking to them about the I Have a Dream speech, really diving into what it meant, and also how far have we actually come, having that conversation with your kids.
That's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The arc of justice.
Yeah.
Right. Next one. Are we ready for the next one?
Let's do it.
Which is things you're supposed to talk about with your partner before you make the big commitment.
Oh, it's before.
Whenever you make the big commitment. We found that this is a highly searched question on Google. People want to know, what should we talk about before we get married? Some of the questions that therapists and experts recommend that you talk about are, how will we divide the domestic labor? That's a good one. What is our financial situation?
You already know the answer to that, though.
Oh, my God.
Remember during the pandemic? Because the women did everything, and the guys still didn't do anything. Even though they were in the house.
They changed. Speaking for
My
Right.
Aunt Edna, when she was 92 and I was getting married, she's like, it's going to be 70-30, honey. I was like, 70-30? She's like, you'll do 70 and he's 30. I'm like, and then I remember like 5 years in, I called her. I was like, 70-30.
But you're all married. What questions do you guys think that people
We
should
did
ask?
some of that.
Yeah.
We actually went to therapy before we got married.
How long have you been married, Harry?
36 blissful years.
Still smiling with your arm around each other.
They hold hands and they walk down the street. So I can see why people click on that one.
That's one that the full list is at today.com.
Speaking of love, the Sex and the City reboot. What are they kind of indicating here? What's going on?
If you watch Sex and the City, you know that John Corbett played Aiden, who was Carrie's other big love aside from Mr. Big. Everyone who watched the show was either Team Aiden or Team Mr. Big. And the show just released photos during filming of Carrie and Aiden walking down the street together. We don't know what it means, but obviously everyone's speculating, does this mean Carrie and Aiden get back together?
Wait a minute, we don't know what that means?
We don't know what it means, but the show itself posted it with a caption with the shh emoji.
Really?
So it's like they're trying to get us speculating here, and I fell for it because I'm like, I want them back together. I would be for it.
You were Team Aiden.
Yeah, Team Aiden.
I love that. All right, and let's end on a really important investigation from the Today.com team. This is the best way to reheat leftover pizza.
Yes, this was also
It's
a
a toaster
thing that people
oven.
are always Googling.
Wait, it says not in the oven.
Yeah, so you would think the oven, that's what I've always thought. So we know the number one way to not do it is a microwave. It's going to leave it soggy. Apparently an oven falls number 3. The number 2 best way is in an air fryer, which I would have never even thought about. But apparently the top way to reheat your pizza is actually on the stovetop. That's going to give you the most consistent
heating. Told me that one.
What does that mean?
So you take a pan, like a saute pan, you put the pizza in, but then you cover it too, so the heat melts the cheese, but the pan toasts the bottom.
Yeah,
you cover it
like a grilled cheese bottom, like so it stays crispy on the bottom.
I was going to say maybe put it in like a cast iron, preheat the cast iron, pop that sucker on there.
Stove, that's going to give you
how crispy it is on the bottom.
Let us know. Is this legit? Sure. I mean, if you're offering me pizza,
it's warm.
It's reheated on the stovetop.
Thank you as always. Thank you so much. Oh, shoot.
This works.
I try not to bite before I talk, so please don't tweet me. I'm sorry, I forgot. All right, for more, sorry, I'm going to get Twitter. You were eating with your mouth full. Head to today.com, or you can sign up for, I feel it coming right now. Tweet. For This Is Today newsletter. I don't know what I'm saying. You'll get the latest in news, pop culture, and more.
Right in your email every day. We'll be right back.
Hashtag no judgment today.
Who could not take a bite of pizza? I mean, come on. This is actually good.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Before we go, the newest episode of Making Space with Hoda Kotb is out today. Hoda chatted with the gospel icon, CeCe Winans.
Wow.
So you can listen now. Just download the latest episode of Making Space wherever you find your podcast.
Tomorrow on the third hour of Today, award-winning actor Bill Nye is live with us.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, J-Lo and Josh Duhamel. You know how to pronounce his name?
Duhamel.
Something like that.
Good.
Okay.
So
Tell us all about their new rom-com.
Harry, you're the best.
Thanks for having me.
We love you. All right, have a great day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
Today, Hollywood's newest rom-com couple, Jennifer Lopez and Josh Duhamel, with a sneak peek of the fun in their new film. Plus, the movement that's turning barbershops into bookshops to help inspire young readers. And Food Network star Sunny Anderson, she's got chicken soup for the soul.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey, everybody. Welcome in. It is Monday. It is January 16th. So good to see you on this very special day.
Yes, it sure is. Today we are honoring the life and the legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. It's a day of service. It's the only.
I like that. It's the only federal holiday designated as a day of service, just as it should be. It's beautiful to mark it that way.
It sure is.
We're encouraging everyone to volunteer in your community, because sometimes you get busy and you say to yourself,
yeah, but there's so much you can do, and there's so much we can all do, and it's a great day to do it.
You know what? A lot of people are off today, too, and it's a good day for a reset.
Yes.
And you were telling me, whenever it came out, that the New York Times had a really cool article on happiness.
The New York Times had this great kind of challenge. I think you can still do it. It basically challenged its readers to a 7-day happiness challenge.
Okay, so what does that mean?
You can do it in the 7 day. But the main goal of it all, which I kind of love, because I think so many times your New Year's resolution is to work out more, eat healthy. It's all about focusing on what really makes us happy, which is connection. Relationships.
I like that.
Which is so true.
I love that. Yeah, one of the things they talk about is the 8-minute phone call.
Yeah, day 2 was all about the secret of the 8-minute phone call.
So the 8-minute, so something weird has happened in our culture, that now when someone calls you, you feel like it is an imposition. They're invading on you. You're like, why did they call me? Why didn't they just text me? You get a call, and some people see it as an irritation.
Yeah.
Like, you didn't how come you didn't text? I have so many people who do not talk.
Yes.
I always call.
You love to call.
I love to call.
I'm not a great caller, but I will say this.
You're a quick responder.
I'm a quick
everything.
responder, but also sometimes it's funny, because I feel like I'm scared for Mila and puppies, but even the generation right below me, I'm like, oh, so was it able to work? Oh no. I'm like, did you call? They're like, call?
Yeah, people don't call.
Nobody calls.
They say plan a scheduled 8-minute phone call with someone you love. First of all, the fact that it's 8 minutes sounds horrible.
Well, this writer basically wanted to reconnect with a friend that they hadn't spoken to, so they scheduled a call. They felt like 8 was the perfect number. I know.
It sounds like a lot of stuff, but I'm happy there's a phone call.
Okay,
it's the perfect number. Okay.
Well, I don't know. That's what she said. I didn't write the article. Didn't shoot the messenger. They said they covered a lot of topics in 8 minutes. I mean, I think sometimes you're like, oh, I don't have the time.
Who was your last phone call that was for leisure?
My last phone call for leisure was my mother.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
We talked about Hollywood Hager and what it's like to be a cat grandmother.
How does she feel? Does she still have Bernadette?
Yes, she sure does. Okay. And Bernadette, and they look very similar, but I just said this, we just talked a lot about what it's like to be a grandmother. I mean, I've never experienced it before, and I never thought I would so young, but it's wonderful.
Okay, so you called your mom.
Yes, what about you?
My last call was to Karen. Yeah, last night. But I think there is something about...
You talk to Karen every day on the phone?
Not every single day, but often. I have a few, I have like a crew,
Your sissy.
group. Yeah, my sister Jen, my mom, and Karen, and another friend. But but I feel like the art of a phone call, because so much can be accomplished, and also it's about how you feel when you hear someone's voice, as opposed to reading a text. Hey, I'm thinking about you, which is sweet. Don't get me wrong, but there's something about someone calling saying, I just wanted to take 1 second. But for some reason, when someone calls, people are mad at them.
Have you ever found it where you're calling somebody and the first response is like, hello?
Yeah, what? Did something happen? You're like, nothing
Is this
happened.
a crisis?
No, it's not a crisis. Nothing's burning down. I just want to call and say hi. Oh, okay, well, I'm really in the middle of something. What are you in the middle of?
It's true.
It's sweet.
In the 80s and 90s, I just remember my mom talking on the phone to Debbie Francis, and nothing could have gotten in her way.
Nothing.
Nothing would have gotten in her way. Or Reagan, her best friend that lived in a different town, she'd just be talking and drinking her Diet Coke, talking. I'm like, Mom, here I am. 1 minute.
I'm on the phone.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Okay. So call somebody you love today. Let's all make it a challenge.
I like that.
And if you want to see that New York Times challenge, it actually had great
What were
advice.
the other? Was there something else you can remember?
No.
No. Okay.
But it was great. My brain is filled with a lot of useless information. Okay, there's a trailer for a film. It's probably not out for a long time, but we're excited about it. It's called 80 for Brady.
This is so cool. 4 best friends make this road trip. So the 4 are, you can see them, Sally Field, Jane Fonda, Rita Moreno, and Lily Tomlin. And they decide they're going to the Super Bowl in 2017 to see their hero, Tom Brady. Take a look.
Game's about to start. Oh,
There's Tom.
oh, what a beautiful man.
I like Gronkowski. We know, Trish. We've all read your Gronk erotica.
It's not erotica. It's fan fiction. I can't believe we're actually here.
Taking this one. He's cute.
Gronk.
Hi.
So big.
Thank you.
Oh my God, that's Tom Brady.
Come on.
Do you love it so much? And by the way, we don't have to wait that long. It's out February the 3rd.
By the way, what an all-star cast.
Isn't it a true story? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Google
Sometimes I
it.
just Google it.
That's all we say, Google it. But you were right again. Remember that time you said Miley Cyrus was married and no one believed you, and she really was?
Yeah, you didn't believe me, and I yelled Google it. They Googled it, and it was fact-checked.
Oh.
You can fact-check anything on Wikipedia.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We'll see if that's right. All right, so Jane Fonda, by the way, said she was totally awestruck working with Tom Brady. She was like gaga over Brady.
Yeah. Brady is fine.
He is fine. Who's your?
Well, my all-time great is Ruben Sierra. He was he played for the Texas Rangers. Look at that. Well, y'all, why do you have to get him when he was at the Oakland A's? I want to see him in his glory days as a Texas Ranger
What was
player.
it about him as a Texas Ranger?
He was just very handsome.
Yes.
Ruben Sierra. I loved him so much.
You did?
I wanted to name my cat after him.
Your cat?
Yeah, Ruben Sierra. And just everything about him. He was a great baseball player, but he looked great in a baseball uniform. Everything.
Really?
I loved Ruben Sierra. What about you? Is that niche?
It's not niche. I don't think so. I think there are a lot of fans of his. Mine, of course, is I've loved Drew Brees since the beginning, but Karen and I loved him so much when I was in New Orleans, and I still remember one of my favorite moments of my life was when the Saints won the Super Bowl, and I ran out on the field because I was there, and his wife Brittany was there, and I couldn't get his attention because it was confetti and everyone was freaking out, and I was freaking out, and she goes, "Goose him." I go, "What?" She goes, "Goose him, pinch his butt." I go, "I can't. I do it." I was like, "Okay, I'll do it," and I did it, and he turned around because he thought it was Brittany because that's what she does, and she giggled, and then he turned around, and it was.
I mean, if his wife told you to do
his
it,
his wife said it.
If she didn't come up with that idea herself, HR, his wife told him.
Yes, his wife did.
Okay, you know that we are heading pretty soon, Hoda.
Yeah, in February we're going to Quebec City.
But you know, it's the beginning. It needs to be on your calendar of February. Is it on your calendar?
I think so.
It's not a road trip, but it's a girls' trip.
It's a girls' trip. We are going to the Quebec Winter Carnival.
And the best part is we want one of y'all to join us. Thanks to our sponsor, Bonjour Quebec. Did that sound good?
It sounded good.
Okay,
Oh my
good. I'm
God,
working
look
on
at
my
these
French. We have a contest where one of you will get to come along with us. All you have to do is submit a fun, creative video showing us why you need a winter wonderland getaway.
All right, so to enter, just go to hodaandjenna.com, submit your video. Tonight's the deadline, so you guys get your videos in, and we're going to announce who's coming with us.
And we're looking forward to it. All right, you want to know what we're loving right now?
Stick around. Our faves and finds right after this. Yeah.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm so excited about this season of Making Space. I feel like every single person who we're interviewing is an inspirational leader or teacher in some way. It's all about what can I do in my life? What can I take from this person's story? I think we all want a fresh start. Like, I want a fresh start.
Here's what I want everyone to hear. This can and should be the best year of your life because you deserve it.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. New episodes every Monday.
All right, we want to show you guys a few things we're loving right now.
Okay, that's right. It's time for our
Faves and Finds. All right, let's lower that beautiful...
Wow.
Thank you.
That music is very royal for this lilac bag.
Okay, I'm going to take it off. Okay.
Your hand-eye coordination is better than mine.
Okay, here we go. Why don't you go?
No, you know what? I insist.
You want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
Okay, this is Rose, R-O-Z, hair and body styling oil. 2 different types I use. The St. Lucia styling oil. It helps you, this one, it helps you with frizz. It adds lots of shine on your hair.
So do you use this in your hair every day?
Hair, and, oh, we got to pull it off. And then that
willow
one
treatment.
is for on your bod. That one's on your bod, the one you have.
I love an oil.
Don't you love how it smells?
Ooh.
It's Rose, R-O-Z.
But I don't know if
Wait, smell this. Could you die?
I like this one. Smell this.
Oh my God, they're so good. You can put it in your hair, you can put it on your body. It's really good. It adds shine and shimmer.
Oh.
Don't you like it?
Yeah, that was a good
anyway,
one.
That's mine. Okay, R-O-Z. Okay,
here is mine. Ready?
Okay, let's hear.
Here it is.
What is that?
It is a brand of towels. It's called Wheezy, and this is how I heard of it. W-E-E-Z-I-E. It's what I call meat puppies sometimes. It's 2 girlfriends that started it, Liz and Lindsay.
Okay.
And they created these really soft towels, but this is the one I love that I got as a gift.
Wait, is this to take off your...
It's to take off your makeup.
A dark towel,
You can
finally.
take off, and the one I got as a gift says, atta girl.
Atta girl.
Because sometimes to take off your makeup, you're really tired, and this is an encouraging towel.
How many washcloths do you... Oh.
HK.
How many washcloths do you have that are all makeup stained? You can't get it off no matter how often
I know.
you
So
wash
this is
it.
a great, great gift, and the website is
Love it. Love it. Love it.
WheezyTowels.com. I love any sort of female-founded, business started on friendship.
By the way, really, really,
Super
really good.
cute.
So those are 2 of our faves and finds. All right.
Okay, 2 of our faves, by the way, are in a new movie together.
Jennifer Lopez and Josh Duhamel. They're going to dish on their new shotgun wedding rom-com and their real-life romances.
Ooh.
What?
Oh, we can't wait for that.
Some stuff out of them?
Well, we hope so.
After this.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and
With
feels
the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle
We begin
comes.
tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, we love a good rom-com, but especially when it stars Jennifer Lopez. Her new one is called Shotgun Wedding.
Okay, in this movie, J-Lo plays Josh Duhamel's bride-to-be. And in real life, Josh and J-Lo both recently celebrated weddings of their own.
Okay, our Jason Kennedy caught up with the stars to talk all about it.
No!
Get the bridge! I'm trying! Yes, that's Jennifer Lopez spotted in a wedding dress. Get it in the bar! It's all part of her new action-packed rom-com Shotgun Wedding, where her wedding guests are taken hostage by kidnappers. Jennifer's on-screen groom is played by Josh Duhamel.
It was a beautiful setting. Josh was the perfect leading man. It was really great.
How do you actually zip line in a wedding dress? And seeing this up close, how do you do it in a tuxedo? Probably a little easier.
I mean, I don't know how she did half the things she did in that dress. That thing was huge.
It was
the amount
big.
of material.
It was big.
The film also stars recent Golden Globe winner Jennifer Coolidge
Your future mother-in-law, Carol.
Yep, I know your name.
and an unexpected wedding guest, the bride's ex-boyfriend, played by Lenny Kravitz.
Oops, he forgot to button his shirt all the way up. I mean, he's like the epitome of cool.
What about in real life, inviting an ex to a wedding?
I don't think that's a great idea.
I don't think, I mean, I'm not unfriendly with
It
my
depends
exes.
if you're
It's
really
just
good friends with them.
Hoda and Jen are really into manifesting things, especially right now. So they're curious what you're manifesting in your life right now.
I'm manifesting a year ahead, be a better person, be a better wife, mother, friend, all the things. Last year was amazing. I can't imagine this year being better than my last year.
What happened?
A lot happened. Obviously, Ben and I got married. That was, a highlight of the year.
J-Lo married Ben Affleck last July, nearly 2 decades after they called off their first wedding.
We moved in together, the kids moved in together. It's just been a phenomenal year, like my best year, I think, since my kids were born.
Their rebound relationship is the inspiration behind her upcoming album called This Is Me Now.
It's also kind of the culmination of a 20-year journey from the This Is Me Then album, which was the last time Ben and I were together, to kind of get to a realization that the thing that I think I've been wondering about my whole life is like, is love real? Does true love exist?
I love Ben too, though.
You do?
I do.
Why do you love Ben so much?
I just love him. I've probably loved him longer than you have.
I bet you have. He's dreamy.
Marriage was actually on the mind for both stars this past year. Josh tied the knot in September with former beauty queen Audra Mari and shared details about his romantic proposal.
I think a year ago, you proposed this beautiful message in a bottle moment that you posted on Instagram. How do you pull something like that off?
Romantic too.
You're romantic?
Joey's saying that I'm the romantic. She's
in
a
a while.
romantic. Well, so are you.
Once in a while,
pull it out of a
I
hat?
do. I didn't even have a ring. I went and bought a ring in the gift shop upstairs. She thought we were just going to dinner, and then we're walking along. She was like, "What's that?" She's like, then she started to slowly realize it. She said,
That was so
You're the
great.
best, man. I love that. What have you learned lately about love that's really been rocking you?
I think it's just really about listening to each other with kindness, with empathy, with curiosity, and knowing how to communicate. It's two people kind of coming together and saying, I'm gonna be here no matter what.
I have to answer this. Honestly, for me, the more I am of service, the more I'm like, how can I help? What can I do? How can I,
Yeah.
the better it is. And also, purses. Girls love purses, right?
Shotgun Wedding. It started streaming on Amazon Prime on January 27th.
Oh, it was so much fun. Coming up next, how to visit the barbershop is inspiring a love of reading in kids across the country. After this.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks looks and feels.
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When we do our show, we're inviting someone to come in. We are informing you, showing the world has multiple sides and beautiful sides.
All right, now to a story that will make you feel good today. It's all about an organization fostering a love of reading at an early age.
It is incredible. It's called Barbershop Books. And as the name implies, they're hoping kids everywhere will pick up a book the next time they get a haircut. Take a look at their inspiring story.
I am a reader.
We want to put children in the driver's seat of their reading journeys and to let them know that they have a say and that it matters. I'm Alvin Irby, founder and chief reading inspirer at Barbershop Books.
Still helping the babies read.
I taught first grade in the Bronx, and there was a barbershop across the street from my school. One day, I'm getting a haircut, and one of my first grade students walks into the barbershop. He starts getting antsy. All I kept thinking was, I wish I had a children's book to give him because he should really be practicing his reading right now.
That's when inspiration struck. So in November 2013, Alvin started bringing books into barbershops.
Barbershop Books is a national literacy organization that inspires kids to read for fun and to identify as readers.
That's what the barbershop's about. This is a place where we all come together, we all connect.
Harlem Masters Barbershop in New York City, owned by Polo Green, is just one of more than 200 shops in the U.S. taking part in the program.
It gives them an opportunity to look at books in a new way of exploring. It opens up your mind to places that you've never been before.
14-year-old Jordan Turner knows the impact firsthand. He has been coming to Harlem Masters for the past 8 years.
When I would wait to get my haircut, I'll pick up the books and just read them. When people or kids are bored, they have something to read while they're just waiting. The imagination in different books, as when I grow older, the books become more complex.
When you start young, it grows even more as they get older. Like the love for reading stays, it doesn't leave, no matter how old you are.
And that's the mission of Barbershop Books, to empower countless young kids to read for fun.
I like to read chapter books, nonfiction, and graphic novels.
Like third grader Julian Wilder, who loves to read while getting a fresh new cut.
Reading is life, and it's great to help with learning vocabulary. I think it allows them to think critically and just, expand their imagination.
Read before bed. It makes me feel happy.
The connections being built by Barbershop Books have lasting effects.
It builds a relationship beyond hair. Recently, I got him a book for his birthday, and that's a bond that me and him could share. This is a stepping stone. Having their minds open to different situations, different characters, different places that they may not be able to go to.
Like us, right?
Yeah.
Across the country, Barbershop Books is creating a legacy of lifelong readers, one book and buzz at a time.
Lots of children identify with video games or they identify with sports, but children can equally identify with reading. Books provide a safe space for children to dream. We want children to say 3 words.
I'm a reader.
And with us now is the founder of Barbershop Books and the chief reading inspirer, Alvin Irby. We like your title. We feel like it's perfect and right on the nose.
Thank you.
I mean, you get to watch it in real time, how these books are affecting kids. How would you describe what it means to them?
Transformative.
Yeah.
I think that for a lot of Black boys and other children, they tend to think of reading as this thing that you have to do at school or for school. But we collect book recommendations from boys, and we buy those books.
Yeah, what they want.
The books that the boys tell us they want to read, Those are the books
I'm
that we
sure there's
ship.
lots of Dogmans and
Captain Underpants.
But that is the beauty of reading. Kids should be falling in love with books, not just assigned whatever a teacher thinks they should read.
I agree 100%.
You know, I think meeting you, it feels like you're living your life's passion in a way that maybe you didn't always think you would do. What has this organization and starting this meant to you?
I definitely feel like I am on a path that has been paved for a long time, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
My mom taught in the Little Rock School District for more than 30 years. She retired there. And then, you know, when I was in college, I decided that, you know, being in education was what I wanted to do with my life. And I moved to New York City to become a teacher, not knowing that eventually I would start a nonprofit.
Well, that was it tough to start, by the way?
Absolutely. You know, I think that, you know, it takes a lot. You know, you have to have a board.
Yeah.
You have to, you know, raise money every year, every month, every week to kind of keep things going. But the stories that I hear, the things that I see in the barbershops, even on, you know, the most stressful day, you know, I have those memories of how, you know, barbershops are being transformed, you know, by the work that we're doing. And families are falling in love with reading. And so, you know, those moments, I think, definitely, you know, just continue to inspire me.
You know, today we are celebrating the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I can't help but think that there's some connection between this work and, of course, the incredible work
Absolutely. You know, reflecting on today, one of the things that I'm reminded of is a moment that happened when I taught first grade in the Bronx at PS 69. And I was reading a story about Martin Luther King, not during February, just, you know, an ordinary month. And I remember, you know, I was really good, you know, acting it out, you know, even doing like the voices and everything. And this one student was just so focused. And I was like, he's going to ask a really great question. And at the end, of course, he raises his hand and he asks, Mr. Irby, what's a breast pocket? And I was like, wait a minute. The story randomly mentioned a breast pocket, and all of the story and the fighting against injustice and all of that wasn't what he was worried about. The whole rest of the story, all he kept thinking was like, what's a breast pocket? And as I think about what Dr. Martin Luther King wanted in terms of equity, I think what he wants is for children, especially young Black boys, to have the opportunity to be curious. To be able to wonder, to be able to imagine and to dream. And when I think about that moment and that little boy, you know, thinking about a breast pocket, it really does make me think that that's exactly what Dr. Martin Luther King would want. And the next day, I wore a suit. I wore a suit to my first grade classroom so that he could see. And, you know, it's things like that that I think sometimes people take for granted. When they think about reading. But that's what reading does. It expands your realm of possibility.
It takes you to places you never would get to go to. Who knew a breast pocket story would make me cry, but that is beautiful, and teachers like you everywhere are changing the world. Okay, Alvin, we have a little surprise for you.
You're going to like this.
I think we're going to love it. Scholastic believes in your dedication to inspiring young kids to develop a love for reading. So Scholastic will be donating 1,000 books. Here they are, right here. So you can continue your mission of empowering kids through reading.
That's amazing.
1,000 lives changed, we hope.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alvin.
Thanks, Alvin. Ooh, way to go. All right, coming up next, Food Network star Sunny Anderson has a simple soup that'll really hit the spot on a cold winter day. Coming up right after this. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
I love you.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
All right, so chicken soup's always a crowd pleaser, but when Sunny Anderson's in the kitchen, it's going to get a little spicy.
Yeah.
A little spicy.
We love when Sunny is in the kitchen.
I like being in the kitchen.
Yeah, we like being with you. Sunny is the host of Food Network's NFL Tailgate Takedown, where chefs compete on location at stadium tailgate parties just before the big game.
By the way, what a concept. This is
It's
brilliant.
such a great idea.
Love it. Why haven't we done it sooner?
I was wondering.
But also, what is the
possible?
ultimate football food,
So,
according to Sunny?
I would think it's a burnt hot dog.
Burnt.
I need it burnt.
Do you dress your hot dogs up with everything? Do you pile
I'll just
everything
take
up?
mustard, but if there's
What
a
about
buffet,
relish? What about relish?
I'll do relish. I have no rules. There's nothing that you could say. Could you put it on a hot dog? And I'd say no.
Okay,
let's
right.
try it.
Right.
Chocolate chip cookie. Let's go.
So today
Yeah,
we're
why not?
making one of my favorites, tortilla soup.
Yes. So tortilla soup is one of my faves. You know, Texan and us.
Yeah, we love it.
We love it. It just feels like a cold day in San Antonio. We first start with our corn tortillas, white corn.
Important. Why?
You're
Why
just-
not
you
the
want me
other
to
one?
swap-
Why not
Well,
flour?
I mean, you can.
Because corn is
Going to be
Better?
more rigid in the soup. You could fry up the flour tortillas, but as soon as you get them in the soup, they're going to get soggy again.
Okay, so corn's the one.
Yeah,
Got
so
it.
corn tortillas.
So you get you make your own. Of course you do, Sunny.
Yeah, you just make nice little strips.
Look, I chop these for you.
Yeah,
And then
and
what
you're
do you
going to
do?
fry them up in the oil. You don't have to do a deep fat fry, right?
Just stick some in
Just
there.
enough to get, and they're thin. So,
Right.
maybe an inch, not even. You can see it's about a quarter of an inch of fat right there. You're just going to fry them up until they're nice and crispy. And then we've got some onion for the soup. You want to get this nice and thin.
Okay.
Now, for the tortilla strips, if you don't have them, you can just go buy some corn
Yeah,
strips and
those are good too.
crinkle them in. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So where does this go?
So that's going to go in there. We're going to start building up the flavor of the soup.
Oh,
when
is
those
that
get
long
rigid,
enough?
you can bring them out. No, they're going to get a little bit more golden brown.
Okay, I'll come
and then
back.
you can bring them out. Yeah.
Okay, so that's going.
So yeah, you've got your onion in there. You're gonna add some salt. And
Are you
that's
just using olive oil? Yeah.
You can do veg oil.
Yeah.
You can do a butter olive oil mix.
Whatever
Just a
you
little
like.
bit of fat. Yeah. And then
look
to
at that.
that, you're gonna add in some jalapeno. You're gonna come in with some cumin.
Smells good.
These are
Smells
all
great.
great pantry grabs for your spices. Do you
What's
know what
that
I mean?
one? Paprika?
Little paprika.
Yeah, the
fun.
things that you want to have in there.
Yeah, I love using like a hot Hungarian paprika. It's got a little bit of spice. Like you said, I'm going to bring some spice.
You know how you do. This is so you.
And you can smell it. So as it starts to get nice and soft, we've got some rotisserie chicken here.
You just bought it at the grocery store.
Bought it at
What?
Giant.
You're our.
Yes, you
Don't
did.
shame
No,
me.
no,
Somebody's buying it.
Wait,
Yeah.
listen, here's the thing. That's why we love
That's
you,
why we
because
love
you know
you.
we're not cooking that.
Yeah, we're not cooking that. Listen, I love nothing more than ordering the rotisserie chicken and a big old bag of that Hawaiian bread.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I love that
We love that
bread.
Hawaiian
Have you
bread.
had grilled cheese on that bread?
Yes, I have.
Sweet
What?
and
I am
crunchy.
sorry, a ham and cheese on that
Yes,
bread? Ooh.
honey,
I love
sliders,
those. Ooh,
everything.
the Hawaiian bread. Okay, so
Yes.
now after you do all that,
So you're just gonna shred it like
Shred
this,
it.
Yep.
right?
then it's this.
And then it turns into this right here.
Yeah, beautiful.
You can actually even buy it pre-shredded now in the produce section sometimes, or in the
Okay.
cheese section. You're gonna add in some chicken stock.
Okay.
Shut up the pot a little bit and just let it hang out. I mean, it's already cooked, but I
How
always
long do you
feel
want
like,
it to hang?
10 to 15, because I feel like sometimes the breast meat is a little bit dry in a rotisserie.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
brings
yeah,
it
it
back
is.
to life.
Okay,
right?
okay.
So then we're gonna add in some salsa as well.
Look at
Is
that.
that just store purchased?
Yeah.
Girl,
You know
we
what?
love you.
It's like our favorite
You could do like the
situation.
red and green chilies. Yeah. I mean, it's couch gating weather.
Okay,
Yeah, it
so
is.
now
So
when
we
you're
don't wanna work too hard.
presenting it,
Here it is. And then just add in
The chips.
Your chips over the top.
A little
you can
cheese.
use sour cream or Greek yogurt. I love Greek yogurt. If you like a little dollop, you've got it already.
Yeah, we got it on top already.
Where's the cheese and the avocado?
Little hot sauce. I mean, you know, everyone is trying to like watch their weight
That's
around
so good.
January, but you can add in some cheese.
But I heard that cheese is good for you. About 40 people sent me that Washington Post article.
Okay, well, can I be in your friend group then?
You are in it. You're in it.
So, I mean, we need dairy. Why not, right?
Sonny, talk to us about the show that you're doing.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
So every
What's the
week,
concept? Yeah.
We go to NFL City, and we take the tailgaters from the opposing team.
Love it.
Oh my gosh.
We fly them into
No,
the
you
home
don't.
team. Yes. And so they have to compete against the home team in 3 rounds of tailgating food. And at the very end, the person or the team that wins, they not only get tickets to the game that night, best seats in the house.
What?
No.
Yeah, imagine flying in to compete and you win. But then imagine flying in to compete and you lose.
Never-
Let's
I know.
go back to your hotel room.
Watch it on
yeah,
TV.
And then they also get the Yum-Bardi trophy when they win.
So
Not
do
the
you
Lombardi
do
trophy.
you judge? You decide what's the best by taste, or
No,
what?
I'm just hosting with an NFL great, a Patriots Hall of Famer,
Okay.
Vince Wilfork.
Oh.
And we have various judges throughout, but I do get some food in. I do
Who's
eat.
your team?
The Giants.
Oh.
What's up, Giants? What's up, Saquon? What's up, Day Ball? What's up, Manning Jr., a.k.a. Danny Dimes? What's going on, baby?
This is like true fandom right
Yeah.
here. She don't mess
I thought
around.
you were going to
It's been
say
a
the
good season.
Cowboys.
Even when it's a bad time, I don't care. You're my Giants. I'm going to love you forever.
I thought you were going to say the Cowboys.
No, well, I lived in Texas a little bit, and I get that and
But-
everything.
But no,
All
they're
right,
not your
no.
team. Oh my God, we love you,
You
Sonny.
can get this recipe today.com/food.
Yeah. Make it this weekend. It's delicious. Coming up next, the 5 biggest winter shoe trends after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and
With
feels
the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle
We begin
comes.
tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
All right, just because it's winter does not mean you can't add a little flair to your footwear.
Fashion lifestyle expert Jen Fallick is here to show us 5 of the hottest shoe trends right now. Hi, Jen.
Hello. First of all, we're just so happy to see you.
Yes.
So,
I'm happy to see you all too.
How about Shearling? Is that how you pronounce it?
Shearling, Jen?
Shearling?
Yes, shearling is in shearling accents. Literally now you can wear this winter fabric from your head to your soles. We're seeing this.
These are cool.
On
These are
footwear.
wild.
Yeah, isn't it? It's a fun way to take like a traditional kind of classic
Loafer.
shoe and make it feel winterized.
Now, did
These are so
shearling
fun.
get dirty?
So you can wash it actually. You can wash
Oh.
it. Yeah, but what's great, it's weatherproof. I mean, think about it. Surely, like it's gonna. You could get rain on it, snow, and it'll totally bounce back. Warm, cozy, and just kind of gives texture to an outfit.
I have a good question. Where would you ever wear these right here, these slip-on sandals?
I would wear
Where do
them
they-
around my house.
Around the house?
Just
Okay.
indoors.
Indoors for you?
Well, but look at the sole on them. I mean, you could wear them outdoors. I see a lot of like the cool girls on Instagram
What are
that
they
can pull
doing?
off cool styles better than I can, wearing with like a cashmere sock
Really?
and like a short, like kind of a 3/4 length jean. So it's a cool look.
So small
I also
people
just
can pull
think
it off.
for going to the mailbox or getting my kids off the bus.
Okay.
What about these boots?
I think that these look
Cute.
super expensive, right? They look amazing. They're under $100, and again, you get that extra warmth. They're
cute.
weatherproof. weatherproof, and it's a cute way to accent your traditional boot.
Okay, the next trend is sneakers. I don't think those ever go out of style.
So this is a specific type of sneaker that's on trend right now, and these are soccer-inspired sneakers. And this is something we sort of started. Yeah, it started. It's like World Cup fever, and then Hailey Bieber wore this cool pair, and everyone was going crazy.
Okay.
What I love about the soccer-inspired sneaker is that they look a little more streamlined, and they're great to wear with trousers. Trousers are really trending right now. Put these on
pants?
like a trouser, like
Oh,
a
like
more like a little pleat,
Oh,
like something that's
something
kind of
cool.
a little like more polished than jeans. And these look great with those. They have a lower profile, a thinner sole, and they have sort of a retro nostalgic feel. I love these. These are Gola. I love these Reeboks. They just feel old school.
Yeah,
and
these are
stylish.
cute.
What about this metallic stuff you've got on this table?
So the metallic trend is not just like subtle metallic, it's major
on.
metallic. Like it is bright mirror metallic, and it's a fun way to take a boot that you would, pair with anything with like your normal everyday outfit, throw on some of these, and all of a sudden it's modern, it's edgy. I think that these are super fun, and you can do it if you're not so comfortable with like the craziness of the shine.
Yeah.
Do it with a long pant, let it peek out, and you're kind of got a new cool look.
Ooh, those are
I feel like these are kind of like Dorothy vibes.
I know, I love these. I mean, they're nuts when you look at them on their own, but then you put them under a pant and let it kind of peek out.
They
and it's
kind of
a cool
hide.
look.
Okay, these
platform
are crazy.
These are crazy.
Look at these.
The best thing about this trend, which I call kind of like high and heavy, because you're getting extra height, you get that lug sole. What's awesome is that it winterizes your whole wardrobe. So if you take something that feels a little more fall or a little more spring and you pair it with like a heavy, almost combat style, dark wintry boot, it makes that item look winter appropriate. So I love the loafers this way. It gives you the extra height. These are major. Like this is a commitment.
Yeah, I
this
feel
is
like
a fashion commitment right there.
Hoda and I could not wear those.
Yeah,
for dangerous purposes.
Although I guess it's a little safer than a traditional heel that's going to give you that height. But this looks super cool with a dress. It just gives it a little bit of edge. But also winter weather, you want a sole like this.
These are cute.
You know what's crazy? These are regular Converse, and they make them platform.
Yes, they
They're
make a platform.
Converses?
This is like platform with a tread. I think these are super cool. They come in a bunch of colors, and
They're
you can make it fun. You can change out the laces, wear it with jeans, wear it with a dress.
Yeah.
I think this is an awesome way to take a sneaker
What's the
into
price
winter.
point on those Converse? About?
I want to say they're like around $79, something
Okay.
like that.
Kind of expensive, yeah.
Somewhere around there.
All right,
Classics.
now let's move over to the embellishment trend.
Yes. So, we're seeing overall with fashion right now, this trend, I think it's, post-pandemic life, you want to wear special occasion things every day. You don't want to save stuff. That trend now is kind of interpreting into footwear by taking these fancy embellishments that normally you would see in like a fancy heel for a special occasion, making it something you can throw on every day. So whether it's bedazzled sneakers.
So where would you wear the bedazzled sneakers?
You could do that if you're running around doing errands, do it with jeans, anything and everything goes. I think that these are great. Clogs are a big
I love
trend.
the clogs.
We just put a little
I love a
clogs
clog.
are in. Clogs are in, and you do it with like a sock.
Mm-hmm.
And you get a good sole here. But again, it's just these little stud details that make it feel a little different. I am obsessed with these shoes. They come also in a flats version, but you get this like embellishment, these fun crystals, but it doesn't feel over the top. Like you could wear this to work. You could also wear it for a night out. The whole idea is not saving those special occasion details for special occasions. Wear it every day, enjoy the sparkle, and
I feel like you need these for the gym. You know what I mean?
You would make it
Diamond on the sole of your shoes.
No one's missing you at the gym if you're showing up in those.
Jen, we're so glad
Yeah,
to
it's
see you.
good to
Welcome
see
back.
you.
Good to see
Yeah.
you. All right. To check out these shoes, you can head to today.com/shop.
And we'll be back right after this to the gym.
To the gym.
Get on that trend.
Get on the trend.
Thank you, Jen.
Every woman.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is what it looks and
From
feels.
the storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tomorrow, award-winning fitness gear to help you reach your health goals.
And we're going to tell you what your dreams really mean.
Ooh, all that plus the hot Hollywood scoop.
We'll see y'all Tuesday, because today is
Monday.
Bye.
Right.
This is crazy. Yeah. This is like, it's like the best floral arrangement I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen. I love mushrooms. I mean, I really, really love mushrooms. They are an essential part of a plant-based lifestyle because they're such an easy swap for meat. But I've got lots of questions about fungi. How do they grow? Where do they grow? And which types have the most unique texture? I'm gonna learn all about their culinary range with chef and mushroom enthusiast, my friend, Sophia Rowe. Then I'll travel to Colorado to see how mushroom roots are being transformed into a hearty new protein. But first, I want to learn some basics, so I'm heading out to Smallhold, an innovative farm in Brooklyn, New York. Let's go. When you think about mushrooms, you probably think of those capped little fungi. But there are literally thousands of edible mushrooms out there, and no, I'm not talking about that kind of mushroom.
A lot of people think that they don't like mushrooms because they're used to eating the same mushroom, and they think all mushrooms are the same, but they're not. It's like saying you don't like mushrooms is like saying you don't like plants. Like the differences between a trumpet and an oyster and a button mushroom, it's like saying like an almond tree versus a head of lettuce and an apple. You know, they're very different.
Andrew Carter and Adam DiMartino founded Smallhold, an organic mushroom farm in 2017. They share a passion for rare mushroom varieties and want to bring those tastes and textures to more people.
There's a whole kingdom out there, and everyone's used to eating the same mushroom. A white and a brown mushroom and a portobello mushroom, they're all the same mushroom.
That's right, white button, cremini, and portobello are all the same type of mushroom. Their scientific name is agaricus, if you want to be fancy about it.
The industry grows those because that's what they're used to growing. Consumers are used to consuming those. You can look at other regions, like if you go to China or Japan or Korea, the mushroom industry is way more advanced than it is here. It's like consumers in certain regions are eating 10 to 20 times as much mushrooms as people are in the United States.
So what were your first steps to starting Smallhold?
The early beginning was building out a lab in a basement at a house, and it looked crazy.
Andrew and Adam started experimenting with trumpet mushrooms. After perfecting the process, they expanded to shiitake and oyster. In just 5 years, that basement startup moved into a shipping container, then to their first farm in Brooklyn. The company has grown rapidly with funds from dozens of investors and a soaring demand for mushrooms.
Over the last few years is that people really started getting interested in food as medicine, trying to eat less meat, trying to be sustainable, trying to eat local. All of these things ended up just kind of centering around mushrooms.
In 2020, organic mushroom sales grew by 20%. Feeding that demand, Smallhold now grows 15 different types of mushrooms, producing a whopping 1.5 million pounds each year for hundreds of grocery stores and restaurants. Mushrooms are grown by a process called inoculation. A spore is placed deep inside a substrate, like a log. The spores germinate, then feed on the wood, growing into mycelium, or mushroom roots.
This fruiting body is probably like 4 or 5 days old.
It takes about 4 weeks for the roots to be fully grown. That's when cute baby mushrooms called pins start to appear on the surface. In about a week, they're ready to harvest.
Fungi are its own kingdom. They're functionally more similar to animals than they are like plants. They breathe in oxygen, they release CO2, they digest stuff, they don't go through photosynthesis, and so their interaction with the environment is just so different than plants.
Traditional mushroom farms cultivate their fungi in mulch with a mix of hay, straw, and corn cob. But Smallhold is focused on growing in urban areas to make the entire operation more sustainable. City farms might seem strange, but fungi don't require a lot of light, water, or space to thrive.
Our mushrooms, we grow, they're called saprotrophic mushrooms, and so they're wood-loving mushrooms. They digest wood. All of the substrates that we're using, that's the stuff that's inside of this block. About 90% of it is sawdust.
Smallhold's mushrooms are grown in bags filled with a compound from mills and factories, so they're reusing a byproduct from the timber industry. And those futuristic containers don't just look cool.
And so these chambers themselves have really intricate controls over all the climate that they're exposed to.
That allows them to forego pesticides. Plus, the fragile mushrooms aren't susceptible to extreme weather. Can you walk me through the environmental impact of growing mushrooms?
It's one of the most sustainable products you can probably find in the grocery store. We did a big life cycle analysis, which is large, like third-party analysis to understand exactly what's going on with your company. Our carbon impact was about 30% less than any other mushroom farm we could find.
Over 60% of the country's mushrooms are grown in one Pennsylvania county, which means it takes a lot of fuel to ship them across the country.
So a lot of mushrooms are actually imported from overseas, and so the carbon footprint of those is really crazy.
Smallhold's mushrooms are grown in Brooklyn, Los Angeles, and Austin, Texas. They also operate over a dozen mini farms, custom-built tanks that can grow mushrooms inside restaurants and grocery stores. With farms in strategically placed cities, Smallhold plans to reduce carbon emissions by continuing to ship locally.
When you're buying a product from Smallhold, like a fresh mushroom in a grocery store, it was grown close to there. And so we have a national brand, like you can be from New York and go to LA and recognize Smallhold on the shelf, but those mushrooms were grown in LA.
Most mushrooms also have a naturally meaty texture, which makes them a great vegetarian swap.
The more people eat these products, generally speaking, they're eating less meat, whether they realize it or not. And so every time we get someone to eat a little less beef or a little less chicken, then we think that we have a larger impact on the planet because it's less carbon intensive, less water intensive.
Okay, Andrew, we're gonna harvest these mushrooms, which I'm very excited about.
Yeah, we have blue oysters, we have lion's mane, yellow oysters, and trumpet mushrooms. We can start with the blue oyster.
Let's do it.
This one's pretty fun because, you know, you can't make any promises, but a lot of the time you kind of get the whole thing just in one pick.
Whoa!
Like that. Here you go. And so, big blue oyster
Wait,
mushroom.
this is so dense.
Yeah. You take a big cluster of mushrooms and you shove like garlic in here, like whatever herbs you want, so thyme and rosemary, but you just kind of like shove it inside the cluster itself.
Do you roast the whole thing?
And you just roast the whole thing. So let's try the lion's mane. So I would just pick off one of those. Yeah, there you go.
Lion's mane is so beautiful and so unique, and this to me is like the most otherworldly mushroom because it just looks like no other.
And when you can take it apart, it like kind of peels sort of like mozzarella.
It's so
or like
crazy.
A lot of people use it as like a shellfish replacement.
Because you can pull it, like it's almost stringy. Next, we harvested yellow oyster mushrooms, which were more delicate than their blue cousins. They'd be perfect in a creamy soup. But even Andrew has a favorite fungi.
I love trumpets so much, just so if you cut it, this isn't the best knife skills, but you can cut them like this and then you can have a nice scallop.
Yeah.
These are probably the most popular for people who are trying to like imitate meat with a whole mushroom. And so the other mushrooms can give you the texture and the flavor and the nutrition and all that kind of stuff, but these can like really stand in as a fake scallop or a fake bacon.
Why do you want people to eat more mushrooms?
I mean, they're great for you. There's a lot of nutrition. They're high in fiber, they have amazing antioxidants, they have vitamin D. And what I really like about them is that they have that umami and that experience that replaces meat.
I already eat a lot of mushrooms, but I'm convinced now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Smallhold got me excited to try something with my new favorite fungi. So I invited mushroom enthusiast, James Beard award-winning chef, my friend Sophia Rowe, to my kitchen.
Hi! My friend, Sophia, I told you this before, that we were talking about mushrooms, and I was like, listen, I can't do this without Sophia. Talk to me about the role that mushrooms play in your work and in your world.
I went to culinary school and I was sort of kind of playing in that plant-based world, and I felt like fungi and mushrooms were a really great way to encourage a lot of depth, which I feel like in plant-based cooking sometimes you kind of lose, you know? You like meat and dairy, those things create a lot of depth. It's pretty remarkable the types of flavors that you can create. And this is not a new idea. They're, particularly in Asian cultures, they've been using different kinds of fungus for forever in their cooking. But for me, that was really when I was like, okay, this is sexy.
Can you just talk to me about how you work with them?
It's almost about like, what am I trying to create? You know, if someone's a very big meat person and they want to go plant-based for a minute or for a meal, I think it's really important to cook things in the same way that you cook meat, right? And I don't even know that that's just mushrooms or just fungi, right? A lot of times with steaks, you're braising, you're roasting, you're searing. There's no reason you can't treat plants the same way.
I'm just super excited to know what we're cooking today.
Yes.
Tell me about the dish and put me to work.
All right, so what we have here is lion's mane. When I'm looking for a lion's mane, you want them to be kind of fluffy. Okay, I've been touching this one a lot. You don't want them to be slimy. You don't want them to stink. If they stink or they're slimy, they're no good. And that's kind of the rule, the general rule with any mushroom.
Yeah.
In terms of washing them, these are commercially cultivated. So they are not wild, these are not feral. So these are not gonna need to be like really, really washed. You just wanna wipe them down, they're good. Do not get your mushrooms wet. They don't like it. So this is a good one. This is a great shape. So what we're gonna do is we're basically gonna make like a lion's mushroom steak. And you'll see that I've kind of like, as I'm even talking, I'm kind of pressing this. So it's kind of like where, just for a second, we're kind of like trying to create like a little steak here, like a little hanger steak.
Why are you using lion's mane here, Sophia?
I think lion's mane is really delicious, but it's great structure. So it's really great in terms of like replacing meat. If you can't find this, you can cook an oyster mushroom or even a big portobello in exactly the same method. So the key here is you're leaving it nice and whole.
Okay.
I kind of want to press these down. So I'm just gonna score this one side. Okay.
And why are you scoring it?
So we want the flavor to get in, doggy. We want it to be inside. So we're gonna make this glaze.
All right, let's do it.
Because we're attempting to make a steak, okay? What we want to do is we want to help these lion's mane mushrooms along. 3 tablespoons of vegan butter. If you want to use regular butter, that's your house, and do whatever you want. All right, we like it softened like this because we're gonna be whisking it up. We want this to be like glazed texture.
Okay.
Okay. We also have coconut aminos. It's just like a soy-free soy sauce vibe. Okay, I also like it because it's a little sweet.
Yes, it is.
And for a glaze, that's really nice. So the sweetness is important because the sweetness is gonna give us caramelization. So grab the sesame.
Yes.
Get it?
Sesame oil.
Love it.
We love it.
You could use toasted if you wanted, but this is just regular old sesame oil.
Next up, ingredients to really up the umami factor. Miso, Dijon mustard, and tomato paste.
We're gonna just get a good like pinch of salt in there. And then you're just gonna whiskey-do, dude. So this is gonna we have this on medium heat.
Okay.
Okay? We have some grapeseed oil here. The reason we're using grapeseed is high smoking point. We're using cast iron. You don't have to use cast iron. You can use whatever you have.
So we're going score side down.
So what's gonna happen? We're gonna put them on. We're gonna get a good sear on each side. And then we're gonna brush our glaze on.
Okay.
Okay? 2 minutes, flip it, 2 minutes. Then we're gonna take them off and we're gonna let them rest. Just like you would a steak.
Just like meat.
Just like meat.
Crazy.
We're gonna treat these just like meat.
I love that.
This is why we want this hot. Love it. Just drop it down. What we can do here, this is like a little tip too. You can always just
flatten it down.
Yeah, same you would do.
I'm sorry, do you have a SoundCloud?
I do now. So just to kind of encourage again, you want to encourage that flattening, right?
Yep.
Get it nice and thin, and that way the marinade is not having to penetrate so deep. You know how to make a steak. You know how to do these mushrooms.
After 3 minutes, time for a flip.
Look it. Oh. Gorgina. So we're just gonna brush this on, almost like you're basting a steak or something.
Oh.
Come on, baby.
Everything about this feels like you are Van Gogh and I am your apprentice.
Oh my God. But except you could do this, but you see the sizzle and the, So what's gonna happen is these are gonna be sitting here, they're gonna be caramelizing, they're gonna be getting juicy. We're gonna take the rest of this glaze and we're gonna baste them a little bit.
Ooh.
So the basting method is never gonna be bad. It's always gonna be good. I mean, look how gorgeous that looks.
It's beautiful.
It's, stunning.
A few more minutes in the pan. Literally crazy.
Crazy, right?
It kind of looks like meat too.
These are gonna rest, okay?
Okay.
It's 5 minutes. He doesn't need.
Okay.
You're not
Nothing
trying
crazy.
Nothing wild.
As the mushrooms rested, Sophia chopped up some green onions for later. Then it was time to cut into the lion's mane steaks.
It's meaty.
Can we show them? Like they need to know.
That looks
Everyone
really
alert.
meaty.
Alert.
But even like it's almost like you wouldn't really know.
It just looks like chicken. Sophia recommends serving the steaks over rice with a few garnishes. First some sesame seeds, then chili crisp, then scallions. Just like me, Sophia loves a little spice.
Come on. It's so good.
Wait, this is literally the best mushroom dish I've literally ever had.
It's so good. I love it. It is an unfamiliar ingredient cooked in a familiar format.
Correct.
So I think if you're a beginner to mushrooms, a really great thing to do is whatever you can find locally, just try cooking those mushrooms, whatever they are, in this format. Try cooking them this way.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get a completely new relationship to mushrooms. Also, for the people who are like, I hate mushrooms, just give the method a try, right?
I feel like we have to take a photo.
Let's do it.
Because like, when have we ever done a little friend cooking sesh?
Let's do it.
We need to do it.
We need a whole photo shoot.
We need a whole photo shoot. I love you. Wait, give me a hug. Thank you for coming.
Of course.
Sophia's lion's mane steak looked a lot like chicken, but one company in Colorado is completely transforming mushroom roots into an actual meat substitute.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Meat substitutes are everywhere these days, and they're made with a wide variety of ingredients, from whole veggies to soy protein and different oils. Enter Meaty. Here in Boulder, Colorado, mushrooms are the main attraction, and I got an exclusive first look inside their new factory. Meaty isn't trying to replicate ground beef, they're mimicking whole cuts of meat, like steak or chicken breast.
It's like a super meat.
Yeah, it's a super meat.
Where it has all the protein you would want from meat, but then all the fiber and vitamins and minerals you find in plants.
Yeah. CEO Tyler Huggins founded Meaty in 2016 after earning his PhD in environmental engineering. Tell me your journey to Meaty and why you started this company.
Well, let's start off with meat. We have a growing population, have a high demand for protein. Meat is a growing demand. Given my history studying nature, I knew there was this really cool, magical root-like structure in the soil. Biologists call it mycelium. We call it mushroom root.
Tyler and his team developed a patent-pending process that turned the fuzzy, hair-like mycelium strands into a product that mimics the taste and texture of meat. Unlike mushrooms, you won't find the raw roots in any grocery store. Currently, Meaty sells a steak-like fillet and a faux chicken cutlet that's available plain or with a crispy breading. And this is the place where it all comes together.
This is it. This is where the magic happens right here. This is the future of food.
The mushroom roots are grown inside these giant tanks. This is where Meaty is grown,
We essentially take one spore.
Yep.
It's like the fungi equivalent of a seed.
Okay.
We start growing up the mushroom root, and then we throw it into this tank.
The tank is filled with water that's packed with nutrients mushroom roots need to thrive. And how long does it take to cultivate and grow and harvest Meaty?
Extremely fast. In this facility, we're able to create the meat equivalent of a whole cow in just 4 days.
So tell me how you replicate the texture of traditional meat.
And it all starts from the magic of this mushroom root. We grow it in-house in a clean environment, so no exposure to heavy metals or pesticides or herbicides or anything like that. At that state, it kind of looks like applesauce.
This is Meaty in the raw form before it's processed.
And when you form it into a chicken breast-like shape or a steak, those strands become the texture that is very similar, again, eats just like traditional meat. You can eat it just like that. That's just all natural mushroom root.
I'm gonna eat it. Okay.
It's a blank canvas.
It really tastes like, I don't want to say nothing because there is like a little bit of something, but it is so, like you could throw flavor and spice on that. Including mushroom root, Meaty's chicken swap has just 4 ingredients: salt, natural flavoring, and acacia gum, a fiber used as a food stabilizer. But I had to know, is it healthy?
So one of our 4-ounce steak has about 18 grams of protein. And then it has all the fiber and other vitamins and minerals you only find in plants. No cholesterol, no saturated fat, there's no sugar in it.
Meaty is now available online, but it often sells out fast. Really fast. The company is opening a second farm to meet demand, and Meaty will soon be available on supermarket shelves. What is the future of Meaty?
We see there's a lot of interest in alternatives to traditional meat. But what we're doing differently is whole food protein, simple ingredient list, super nutritious, and whole cuts. I think that opens up an entirely new demographic and group of folks who are excited to embrace something like this.
After hearing so much about these mushroom roots, I wanted to see how it really tasted.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest film, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
In Boulder, Colorado, the folks behind Meati are turning mushroom roots into a new meat substitute. At the factory's test kitchen, they're experimenting with the best ways to cook it. I met with Debbie Downing, the company's head research chef, to learn more.
I'm so excited to try this. Will you show me how to cook it up?
It's the mushroom root, right? When you think about cooking mushrooms, it likes to soak up that oil, soak up the sauce.
Super porous, yeah.
Soak up anything that you give it. So best practices for our product is that we actually want to add oil to it first.
Right.
We want to just give a little bit of a drizzle here.
Season with salt and pepper, a little oil in the pan, then time for the cutlet.
All right, it's ready.
Oh yeah.
Sizzles really nicely.
The chicken and steak both take about 8 minutes to cook. Just like meat, the goal is to develop a nice sear for more flavor.
I think it's ready
All
to
right,
flip.
ready?
Yeah.
I just gasped. I haven't eaten chicken in a while.
Yeah.
I used to, so I know what chicken tastes like.
Yeah.
But I haven't cooked it in forever. And first of all, this is like very similar in cook. Like when you look at the browning,
Yeah.
and the caramelization around the edges.
Right, did you want to cut it?
Yeah. I'm like kind of freaking out right now.
Get into it.
I know. Sorry, Tyler. I'm just like, I'm processing. I can't get over how much it smells like chicken, and even looking at the texture, I'm gonna pick it up and just show you. Oh my God, I just touched it for the first time too. It's like the texture of it, of animal protein that you would normally see, I feel like it has that. But how?
That's the mushroom root, right? The fibers.
That's the mycelium.
Yeah, gives you that texture and that look.
This is not chicken, but it really looks like it. Okay, I'm gonna taste it. Should I taste it? This is my first time, I'm like
Yes.
stressed. Okay. Is there a mic I can drop? This is like taking me back to when I used to eat chicken. Literally. And I'm not just saying this as I'm on camera.
Next up, the steak fillet.
All right, steak. I'm trying it.
You need another mic to drop.
I need
Out
another
again?
mic to drop. This is insane.
Yeah.
This tastes like red meat.
I haven't had chicken nuggets in years, so I was really excited to try the crispy chicken.
This kind of takes me back to days of like growing up and eating fried chicken. Am I getting punked?
Got you.
But I wasn't done eating yet. The Meati team had a big surprise for me.
Shut up! I'm leaving. I see my book.
Yep.
This is from my book. I didn't know I was gonna eat chicken and cry today.
My masala mac and cheese and cabbage salad from my cookbook both got the Meati treatment with their chicken. I was so excited. Also on the menu, breakfast tacos and steak in a chimichurri sauce. I even got to try some products in development, a turkey deli meat and beef jerky. They were delicious.
This is not gonna be cute, I'm just warning everyone now.
That is a pretty big sandwich.
I'm taking this home. Wow. You guys are all like crazy magicians. Like something weird is going on here. Whoa. That's breakfast.
Yeah.
In true me fashion, we need to take a selfie. So if you don't mind, we're gonna get in here. All right, say meaty. Meaty. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
This was so special.
No,
Truly.
thank you.
I don't know if I can go on.
My love for mushrooms has been cemented. From a delicious side dish to a show-stopping main, their culinary versatility is unparalleled. And that's what makes mushrooms truly magic.
I'm a compost queen. I have become one with the compost.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen.
Waste. From your rotten produce to your leftover takeout containers, there's a lot of it in the food system these days. A recent study found that the average US household trashes about 30% of its food. That adds up to a mind-blowing $240 billion a year, literally going in the garbage. I know waste seems like a huge problem to tackle when you're just one person, and corporations need to do their part. But a few small changes can make an impact. So today, I'm all about that low to no waste lifestyle. I'll be cooking with an expert in the sustainable food space, social star Max Lamana. Then I'm headed to a restaurant that composts all of its food waste. But first, my fridge needs a little love. So I'm headed to a low waste grocery store, and it looks like I've got some packing to do. I'm about to head out to go to Precycle, which is a zero waste grocery store in Brooklyn. The thing about a zero waste grocery store is that there's no packages, so I've got to come prepared. And luckily, I love being prepared. So I'm gonna start packing up. Precycle was started by Katerina Bogatyreeva in 2018. Her goal? Eliminate wasteful plastic from food packaging. In 2019, over 140 million tons of single-use plastics were thrown out globally. While bulk bins for dried goods have existed at health food stores for many years, Katerina had a different vision. A one-stop shop with everything from flour to produce and even cleaning supplies, all without single-use packaging. Why did you decide to start Precycle?
Well, actually, it started with my own personal struggles to live a lower waste lifestyle. When my son was 5 years old, he was in a kindergarten and he had a sustainability lesson. So one day he came home and he said, "Mommy, do you know how long the plastic will remain in a landfill?" And at that moment, it sort of like made me realize that we have a responsibility towards future generations. So I took a very close look at my own trash at home, and I realized that a lot of the waste that I create actually comes from food shopping, whether it's the packaging or food waste itself.
So we can thank your son for this establishment?
In a way, yes.
You know, it feels like a really big challenge, right, for people to overhaul all of their life choices.
It's possible to shop with creating less waste in any store. It's just kind of seeing the right products. For example, I don't know, instead of canned beans, one can buy dry beans in a bulk store using a fabric bag, or just shopping in a perimeter of the store for unpackaged produce or going to farmer's market.
And I think a lot of people get really excited when they go to a grocery store and they want to get everything, right?
Exactly, yeah. I think shopping for 1 or 2 meals or a couple of days in advance is the key, because one tend to buy a lot, and then with every day that product sits in your fridge is less likely you're going to use it, and that creates a lot of waste.
Katerina, not to brag or anything, but I came very prepared. So tell me how I get started.
Okay, it's very easy. So we're gonna just weigh your containers so that we know what to deduct when we check you out. All right?
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Here I go.
And the weight is 0.97. We're gonna write it with this washable marker.
Oh, that's edgy.
There we go.
Perfect. And then you're going to deduct this from whatever I'm putting in here.
Exactly.
Amazing. That's so easy. Forgot containers? Don't worry. The store has a selection of glass jars and reusable bags.
So Sama, what are you making today?
Honestly, what am I not making today, Katerina? But actually, I came here specifically to make a pasta.
Oh, wonderful. I have a really nice selection for you. Come
Let's
this way.
go. So this variety is amazing. Where do you source all of these amazing ingredients from?
So about 95% of all the products in the store are sourced locally, and about 80 hyper locally. So this pasta is from New Jersey, and this is made in upstate New York.
Wow. I also loaded up on my favorite kitchen staples, like moong dal, cashews, and of course, a ton of dates. This is the only appropriate size to get some medjool dates, okay? Precycle even has extra virgin olive oil and honey on tap. Even the tofu here comes without wrapping. Feels very overwhelming on where to start. Do you have a couple easy, actionable tips for somebody looking to reduce their waste?
Some of the simple ones are reusable water bottle, your own coffee cup if you go to a coffee shop, or just simply bringing a bag. Or if you want to challenge yourself, and maybe that's the next step, you can also look into just what waste you're creating and pick an item that you can replace or source differently that works for you. I think it's a very individual journey. There's no recipe that fits all.
Single-use plastics are nearly impossible to avoid at most grocery stores. But shopping at Precycle gave me a new perspective on what's possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So nice to meet you, and thank you for having me in. It also had me wondering, how can I waste less in the kitchen? Up next, I've got a virtual cooking lesson with Max Lamanna, a vegan chef known for his tasty and sustainable recipes.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
I love ya.
I love you too.
Back at my apartment, I couldn't wait to get cooking. To help upgrade my low-waste game, I called on London-based chef Max Lamanna. Max is a vegan social star who focuses on sustainable cooking, and I am here for it. Max, it's so good to see you and chat with you. We are online Instagram friends, but not real life, and this is as close as we're gonna get right now since you're in London.
Hopefully when we meet in real life in IRL, we could be friends as well.
We can be friends and we can cook in person, but for now we're cooking online. Can you talk to me about your background and also what you sort of specialize in when it comes to food?
Yeah, I'm a low-waste chef. I started cooking maybe about 15 years ago. My first job was in a pizza restaurant, and I've kind of just worked every single position in a restaurant. So yeah, a few years ago, I started seeing the problem that we're all currently living with, because at the end of the day, it's not just food that we're wasting, it's money, it's time, it's energy, it's water, it's transportation, it's packaging. There's so much that goes into the production of food that just throwing away food doesn't make any sense.
In 2019, Americans threw away over 133 billion pounds of food.
The major culprits are typically fresh fruits and fresh vegetables, and potatoes and bread. So a lot is being thrown away, but we as consumers can make small changes every day to waste less food.
On Instagram, Max teaches his 1 million followers easy, low-waste food tips. One in particular went pretty viral. Yes, you really can eat an entire strawberry, stems, leaves, and all.
Okay, I'm really excited to get cooking with you. So can you tell me what we are making today?
Are you ready? We are making cauliflower Alfredo. Yes. That's it. Simple, easy.
But
delicious.
There is a little no waste secret because we're gonna use the entire thing, right?
The entire thing, nothing's going to waste, Sama. Everything. Yes, the core, the leaves, even this guy right here, the florets, everything.
First up, prepping our cauliflower.
I just have a saucepan of water behind me, and that's on a low boil right now. It doesn't get much simpler than this. You don't need to prep or cut or do anything. You just literally take the entire cauliflower, submerge it in the water for about 5 minutes until it gets fork tender. But I am gonna put some salt in there. You with me, Sama?
I'm with you, but I'm just gonna chop it up super roughly before I add it into my steaming basket.
You can also save your leaves, and if you wanted to, you can roast them in the oven, and they would be nice and crunchy and crispy, a little soft and tender on the inside. Without further ado, Sama, I'm ready to give this cauliflower a bath.
The cauliflower steams for about 5 minutes, just until fork tender. Now, onto the garlic.
What you can do with garlic peelings. You can actually eat the whole entire garlic peeling as well, but we won't do that here today.
You're not gonna demo that for me? I'm upset.
I won't demo that for you. I'm not gonna eat it. No, I'm not. So 2 things you can do. You can dehydrate the skin. Once it gets nice and dried, you can blend it into a powdery consistency, and that can be basically a powder that can go into any kind of like soups, stews, or stir fries. The other thing I like to do is that I actually keep my peelings. Yeah, I keep my peelings, and we'll make a veg stock afterwards.
Max sauteed his garlic in olive oil for a subtle sweetness, but I'm leaving mine raw for a spicier kick.
So I love this recipe because the sauce is super easy. So you're literally just adding all of the ingredients into a blender.
I'm just gonna cut right down the cauliflower.
My cauliflower is finally done. Okay, so we're both adding our cauliflower, florets, stems, leaves, all of the above.
I will add my garlic and pasta water.
Okay, so I'm gonna add my garlic in, and then I'm also going to add a little bit of my reserve pasta water, just a touch. And this will just help it blend, and also it's a nice way to not waste our pasta water. It gets everything really nice and velvety. You are using silken tofu for this recipe, right? And I'm gonna use hummus. So this is kind of a nice alternative. If you don't do soy, you can try it with hummus. If you do like soy, you can try it with tofu. So we've got options for everyone. And what do you think the tofu adds to your Alfredo, Max?
Tofu's adding protein, but it's also adding another layer of creaminess as well. Maybe a lighter creaminess than the hummus, but still creamy.
Do you have lemon in yours?
We have lemon.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab my lemon.
Yep.
And I wanna ask you what you do with lemon peel.
The peel itself has so much flavor in it. If I'm gonna use the juice, I use the zest first and then use the juice. The other thing I like to do as well, if I'm not gonna use my lemons in time, I blend the whole entire lemon.
Really?
With some water, and then I pour them into ice cube trays, freeze it, and next day I have frozen lemon cubes. And then I can add some, sparkling water.
That's really nice. I'm gonna try that. Half the lemon gets zested right into the blender. The rest is saved for later. We've got a lot of our elements in here, but now we're gonna go in with some nutritional yeast, right? A little bit of cheesiness, a savory flavor. All right, what are you adding next?
I'm gonna add some vegan Parmesan.
Nice. So this is cool because we've got the nutritional yeast for that cheesy flavor. You're using some vegan parm. And then the cauliflower, the tofu, the hummus, they all add these really nice, creamy elements, right?
This is my preparation dance for once it's all coming together. It's like,
I had some leftover veggie stock, so I poured that in for a little extra flavor.
I'm practicing.
Enough dancing. Time to get blending again.
I just hit the switch. Oh.
The two creamy sauces are complete.
I'm ready for the pasta.
Do you also have some fettuccine?
I do. I'm using fettuccine pasta.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna probably add a little bit of the sauce into the pan to start, just to get it nicely coated with the pasta, and then I'll go ahead and add the pasta in there, and then I'll go ahead and add some of the rest of the sauce.
There are some other things you can do with the sauce because there's quite a bit of it, right?
Totally.
So what you could end up doing with the sauce is use it for soups, use it for stews, use it for even a dip. I mean, I think having a bit of like a chip in there, that's
really good.
Quite nice.
Okay, so I'm gonna add my pasta into my little pan and the rest of my sauce. It's so creamy. It's like luscious. Love a saucy pasta, so I love recipes that yield a lot of sauce because I'm like, let's go, A gentle toss in the sauce ensures every piece of pasta is well coated.
I'm ready to plate up, Sama.
I'm ready to plate up too, Max. Okay, so I'm gonna save this pasta sauce for tomorrow, but you could also freeze it too, so that's another option. Time to give this pasta a no-waste taste. So we've got our pepper, we've got our lemon zest, we've got our salt. What do you want to garnish with? The lemon zest?
Off on the side, just on top, some lemon zest.
Beautiful.
I'm happy with the result. How's it looking on your end?
Delicious. You know what I think we both have in common is that our phones eat before us. Shall we grab a little photo?
Phones do eat before us.
Okay, ready?
I'm ready to eat. You ready to eat?
I'm ready, yeah. Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Cheers.
Cheers.
This is so unexpected and so good. So creamy.
That's what I was just gonna say. I said this is very, very creamy.
So what are some tips that you have, some other tips for people who are looking to reduce their waste in the kitchen and while they're cooking?
I think the most practical and easy thing is to cook the food you already have before going out and buying more food. Then shopping and creating a list with that shopping list. And stick to that list, don't go off the list, buying other different bits and bobs, like stick to that list. But before you go there, I think find recipes that work with your schedule. Donating food is a great option, but also my favorite, compost. Composting food shows that food is going back into the earth, back into the soil to give rich nutrients to the soil, giving rich nutrients to the plants that grow our food.
Max, this was so much fun. And thank you for doing your work and educating and inspiring people to cook and eat no waste and low waste. It's incredible.
That's delicious.
This recipe's gonna be on repeat for me.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Composting is a crucial part of a low-waste lifestyle. At Papille Gustative in Santa Monica, the owners are committed to composting 100% of leftover food. They operate their own kitchen-to-compost facility where scraps are turned into nutrient-rich mulch.
Let me show you around our low-waste establishment.
Let's do it! Papille Gustative translates to taste buds in Latin. It's run by Kalen Senchak and his wife Marina. They use simple but effective methods to cut down on waste.
So starting with the to-go, everything is compostable. Starting from the lids, the trays, of course the napkins, and all the cutlery is made out of wood or out of compostable material, paper straws. Even our trash bags, if you see, there's a special trash bags that are compostable as well.
Even the restaurant's napkins are hand-sewn from recycled jean scraps. And to avoid plastic in the kitchen, chefs use only glass bowls and containers.
And what happens, Kalen, to maybe the fruit or vegetables that aren't perfect when you receive them?
We make jams, we make pastries, and for that we actually look for fruits and vegetables that might be aesthetically blemished, right? But they are perfect. And we hate to see the farmers have to throw those away.
You have a really huge compost mission with this restaurant. Can you show me how that's kind of done back here as well?
Yes, this is our own compost, which is coffee, food, greens, eggshells, avocado peels, everything else.
Eggshells even?
Yes.
That's
of course, eggshells. Eggs and coffee actually are one of the best things that you can feed the soil for plants, yes? Because the calcium, because of all the other nutrients. So that makes your garden beautiful.
I am so excited and ready to try your food, Kalen. Should we get into it?
Absolutely. Let's try everything.
Let's do it.
Marina and Kalen are both passionate about building sustainable habits, which led them to the food industry.
What was your inspiration behind starting this restaurant?
First, we actually were inspired just to open a coffee shop, coffees and teas, single origin, like really good quality. But then eventually people were asking us about more. They wanted food, they wanted breakfast, they wanted lunch, and we expanded gradually.
But Kalen and Marina are just as focused on what happens after the tables are cleared.
You own the composting process from start to finish, even the facility. Can you tell me about that process from start to finish?
We have this little property in downtown where we have another company, and we are thinking, why don't we use that, right? So we did a little research, and then it became clear that's very easy to compost if you really put your heart into it. So all you have to do is dig some holes, aerate them properly, and just mix all your compost there, and then eventually you can use it from growing crops.
What do you think the restaurant industry can learn from your low-waste model?
Well, they will learn that's actually very easy to do. You only have to commit, you only have to put a system in place, and it's going to make a great impact at the end of the day.
You have kids, and this mission is really important to saving our Earth, right?
Absolutely. We're doing for the future generation, we do it for our kids, we do it for everybody.
For their kids and their kids and for all the generations, yeah.
The food here speaks for itself. They even have vegan croissants.
This makes me so happy. I can never have croissants. It's very important for me to take a photo of everything because otherwise I'll forget, and this is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
After lunch, my leftover scraps went straight into the compost bin.
No food waste.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In Santa Monica, California, Papille Gustative is on a mission to stop food waste. I helped load up the truck that will take their kitchen scraps to the restaurant's very own composting facility. Kevin Conaway is Papille's expert composter.
Compost it up. So.
Cool.
The composting site is located about an hour from the restaurant. Here, they've transformed an empty lot into an urban garden.
What are we doing today?
What you need to know about composting is that there's not much to know.
Okay.
Pretty much just layering it up.
Once we put everything in, what happens in the process?
Microorganisms are going to eat the food. They're going to break it down, and pretty much it'll just disappear. It'll all just be wet. And we keep it wet, just a little bit of water.
Okay.
If it gets too dry, it slows everything down.
It's best to compost in a shady area, so Kevin dug up large pits by trees. But you can also compost in any kind of container, from a storage bin to a trash can.
All right, Kevin, I'm ready to compost. This is everything we're composting today, right?
Yep.
First, we made a layer of green materials, which is basically anything left over from the kitchen or garden. Think veggie scraps, coffee grinds, eggshells, and plant trimmings.
Stuff it out, yeah, make a mess.
And then I can toss the bag in too, right?
That's right.
Then we added carbon-rich brown materials. This can include shredded paper, cardboard, twigs, and dried leaves.
And what do those layers do? What is the cardboard, the sticks? Why are we adding that to the compost process?
Because if you have all scraps and no cardboard or no carbon on top of it, it just turns into a mushy, gooey mess.
Then, just continue alternating with green and brown layers until the waste is all used up.
Okay. Woo! I'm a compost queen. I have become one with the compost.
Meat, dairy, and oils should only be broken down by industrial composting facilities. They can attract unwanted pests like rats and flies in a home garden. Meat can also contain harmful bacteria like Salmonella, which can spread throughout a garden's edible plants.
How long does it take for our compost to break down, Kevin?
Generally, anywhere from 6 months to a year. If you keep it moist, it'll be pretty much ready to go in 6-9 months.
Finished compost is a nutrient-rich mulch. It's a deep brown that basically looks just like dirt.
So what have you been growing then with the soil that you kind of
can create through the composting
Just
process?
vegetables mostly.
Okay. What
Yeah,
kinds of
well,
vegetables?
yeah.
Anything.
Peppers, tomatoes, anything that Colleen thinks he needs for his menu, then we'll plant it.
This compost garden is still a work in progress, but by next spring, it will produce enough food for regular restaurant use.
Kevin, it's really interesting because Vernon is such an industrial area, right? And you're literally creating a compost facility right in its backyard.
You don't need a plot of land to compost. You could literally compost in an apartment, be on a smaller scale. This kind of material in a landfill, it doesn't really break down and do any good. So instead of throwing them in the landfill and just going to waste, we can recycle those nutrients, put it back into the soil.
Kevin, thank you so much for teaching me how to compost. It was shockingly way easier than I expected, and I will be back to reclaim my duties as your apprentice composter. Thank you.
Managing food waste is a massive undertaking, and many changes can only be made through legislation. The EPA found that less than 10% of US households had access to curbside compost collection in 2017. That's a lot of food we could be saving from landfills if we just had compost bins next to recycling and trash. Some big changes are already in the works. Major cities like Los Angeles and New York are expanding city-run composting, and those advances are due in large part to individuals petitioning for better policies. Sometimes it takes local changes to kickstart a global impact.
You see this? See this pizza? You want to eat this pizza? Too bad, I'm going to.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen. Who doesn't just love ooey, gooey, and totally decadent cheese? I know you do. Americans truly can't get enough. In fact, we've tripled our cheese consumption since the 70s. Today, the average person here eats a whopping 35 pounds of cheese a year. 35! So it's no surprise that cheese is usually one of the toughest things to give up if you're ditching dairy. But I've got some good news for you. These days, there are a lot of tasty options out there when it comes to vegan cheese, and I'm determined to explore them all. Well, maybe not all, but I've discovered a few really, really good ones. I'm checking out a new type of pizza shop serving up killer pies. Then, I'll be using cashews to make an irresistible dairy-free dip of my own. But first, I'm headed to Riverdale, an artisanal cheese shop making its mark on the plant-based cheese world. Michaela Grobe is the owner and cheesemonger of Riverdale, a vegan cheese shop on Manhattan's Lower East Side. It's the only shop in New York City that exclusively features dairy-free artisanal cheeses. Michaela, thank you for having me. I love a plant-based cheese moment. This is very exciting for me. Tell me about what inspired you to start Riverdale.
Basically, I love cheese. I love animals. I became vegan for the animals, basically. And when I then started looking around for cheese, I found that, you know, it was out there, but you couldn't really access it easily.
Michaela's quest for better vegan cheese started a decade ago, when it was still really hard to find dairy-free cheese that was actually good. While working a high-profile job in the corporate world, Michaela saw an opportunity to open a new type of store.
And I thought, wouldn't it be great if there would be one place, just like any other cheese shop, where everything's vegan? And that's kind of where the idea came from.
She began reading books on vegan cheesemaking and took classes with acclaimed vegan chefs. On the weekends, Michaela went through a lot of trial and error in her home kitchen, while also crafting a plan to start her own food business.
I still had my corporate job, and at one point I was like, okay, I think it's time for me to leave the corporate world and really do something about it. I really thought, I want to try it. If it fails, it fails, right? But at least I tried it.
With enough money saved, she left her job in 2015 and opened Riverdale, named after her 2 pets, a dog named River and her cat Fidel. But Michaela's mission to make vegan cheese more accessible wasn't just a passion project. It was a pivotal time for a booming business. In 2017, vegan cheese sales hovered around $294 million. By 2022, that figure is projected to reach nearly $600 million. That's a 100% increase.
Are you trying to mimic, dairy cheese, or are you kind of creating something in your own line, in your own world?
Yeah.
Or are you just trying to replicate the experience of buying cheese?
Yeah. It's a little bit of everything. It's the experience, it's a product that people know, that looks like a brie, that looks like a Gouda. But then there are also other cheeses that have no equivalent in the dairy world.
Riverdale's blue cheese uses the same fungus that creates the iconic navy marbling in the dairy version. But the shop's Veetopian is a cashew and soy-based cheese with a unique texture that's semi-firm yet creamy.
The way I like to explain to our customers is to not look for imitation. It's the same as if you would make a Gouda from a cow's milk and from a goat's milk. It has the same techniques, the same cultures, but the end product is very different. So it's the same if your base is a cashew nut. The end product's different, but it's still a cheese, in my view at least.
Who do you want to be eating this cheese?
We definitely have a lot of vegan customers, but we also have people that are vegetarian, lactose intolerant. So whereas we do obviously speak to the vegan community, for me it was also important that we reach out and connect with the non-vegan community.
You're targeting the cheese curious.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that it's difficult to make that switch because people are afraid of oh my God, what am I gonna eat?
Michaela has the cheesy answer to that question. In the shop's kitchen, she showed me how to make a few of her handcrafted cheeses.
Okay, Michaela, what are we making today?
So we're actually making a feta today. It's gonna be a very salty and crumbly and firm one, which is perfect for salads.
Vegan cheesemongers use a variety of ingredients to mimic the taste and texture of dairy cheese. Common bases include a combo of nuts, vegetable oils, and soy products.
So for this one, we're actually using tofu. This tofu has been frozen first, and then we kind of squeeze out all the liquid so it becomes very dry.
Michaela uses firm tofu to create a sturdy feta. It allows the cheese to uniformly slice and dice, but also crumble, just like the traditional Greek cheese. For flavor, Michaela adds Himalayan salt, red wine vinegar, garlic powder, and Greek oregano. Then there are 2 types of fats.
So you're using coconut oil here. Why are you using coconut and not a different kind of oil or fat?
Yeah, I mean, coconut oil firms up once it's chilled, so it really helps with just making the cheese firmer.
All right, so I've got some olive oil here.
And that's just olive oil with a little bit of oregano in it, and that's just to get a little bit more flavor. And I'm just using a tablespoon or something like that.
Okay, so we're ready to blend our feta. Everyone's gonna become friends in here. What are we looking for it to be done, and how long are we processing for?
So we're looking for a very smooth, almost shiny kind of consistency. Even when I think it's done, I usually like to give it another minute or 2 just to be on the safe side. You can't overblend this.
Michaela scrapes down the processor every minute or so to ensure the mixture reaches a smooth, creamy consistency. Then it's transferred into cheese molds. We made 2 flavors, one plain and one with an olive tapenade center. The cheeses sit in the fridge for 2 days to firm up.
I made some ahead already, so we don't have to wait overnight and we can taste them right away.
Exciting.
So this is what it looks like when you turn it upside down.
What?
So this is one with the tapenade layer, and here is one with sun-dried tomatoes.
Wait, this is crazy how firm it is.
Yeah.
Can we eat them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Oh, wow. Will you have some with me?
I want to try this one.
Yeah, you try that one. Okay.
So it's nice and salty.
Wow, that's crazy.
Crumbly, but it doesn't taste anything like the tofu that we use as a base.
It feels very light, but still dense enough to feel like, oh wow, like I'm eating something that could really stand up to a dairy
cheese.
Yeah.
This is so delicious. My mind is blown. You have so many different types of cheeses. Can we try some other ones too?
Oh, absolutely.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
At Riverdale, a vegan cheese shop in New York City, owner Michaela Grobe makes 2 cheeses in-house. She also imports over a dozen varieties from across the country and around the world.
I'm genuinely freaking out because this all looks like real cheese. Like, talk to me about what we're seeing here.
So this one is another one of our house-made cheeses. It's a blue cheese type, and it's aged for about 2 to 3 months. It's definitely more on the funkier side. The base ingredient here is cashews. Then we have a brie style here. The cultures that are being used to create this nice fluffy rind is the same as you would use on a dairy application. This one's from Texas, and it actually has cashews and rice flour.
Oh, what kind of cheese is this?
So that's a smoky aged cheddar style, very nice and firm and very strong and deep flavor. And here we have one that's made in New York, and it's made from macadamia nuts and hemp. And it has a little bit of a kick, a little bit of a spice, something like along the lines of a pepper jack.
I'm very excited to try them. How are we gonna assemble it? Can we make like a little cute cheese platter or something?
Oh yeah,
like that?
absolutely. We have a few things that will go really nicely with each of those cheeses.
Nice.
Riverdale also carries many cheese board essentials, including crackers, jams, and vegan charcuterie.
I would have a party just to serve this.
It was almost time to dive in, but you already know, my camera always eats first.
I think I have to start with the pepper jack because I love spice.
Absolutely. So it is a bit spicy.
I'm okay.
Yeah, especially the crust is going to be spicy.
I'm ready for it. Whoa.
Yeah.
Once I get started, I just can't stop. Vegan blue with strawberries, anyone?
Cheers.
Cheers. Oh my god. That doesn't make sense.
And we had to pair the brie with pear.
Michaela, you have changed my world today. This is so exciting.
Great.
And I just can't thank you enough. This is incredible. And I hope people really see all the amazing things you're doing with vegan cheese.
I'm really happy to have so many more cheesemakers. We find so many more cheesemakers, like every month there's a new one we start working with.
Thank you so much. If you ever need more tasters,
I'll be sure to
just
call you.
like
Yes.
hit me up.
Yeah.
I'll be here.
I've saved a little room for my next cheesy stop. A New York pizza shop firing up plant-based pies for their screaming fans.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and
From the
feels.
storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
I live in Brooklyn, and there are few foods that scream New York City more than pizza. But is pizza really pizza without cheese? Vegan cheeses may be delicious, but capturing the melty, gooey goodness of mozzarella is tough, and that's obviously essential for a perfect pie. Meet one of my favorite vegan pizza spots, Screamers.
Come on. Are you kidding? Is it a joke? It's not a joke. It's vegan.
Open since 2016, Screamers is similar to many iconic slice spots all over the city. Head chef Joy Strang has worked at Screamers for 4 years. She developed popular pies on the menu, like the Truffle Scream, a pizza covered in oyster and cremini mushrooms, plant-based parm, arugula, and a drizzle of fragrant truffle oil.
Tell me about the inspiration behind Screamers.
I mean, the inspiration was literally just that. It was a bunch of vegans sitting around wanting to have a really good slice of New York pizza, and thus Screamers was born, you know?
What was your background before Screamers?
So I spent a lot of time as a chef for a Mexican restaurant, and I've also worked in American fine dining. But I also find that, like, cooking vegan food, you just take the same methods that you use for cooking anything and just apply it to vegan ingredients.
Screamers serves all types of pies, from classics like pepperoni and a fully loaded supreme, to mashup flavors, like a Reuben pie topped with spiced seitan and Thousand Island dressing. They have 2 locations in Brooklyn and a dedicated following on social media.
How far has somebody traveled to get some Screamers pizza?
We get people from all over. Brazil is notable, Germany. And I always feel badly for people that are traveling from out of town and they come here, because then they eat the pizza and then they have to think about the pizza when they go home. And then I'm like, I'm really sorry for
you. Ruin people.
Yeah.
What do you say, Joy, to people who are skeptical of vegan cheese? Because obviously cheese is a huge part of pizza.
I'd say honestly, that's probably our #1 challenge, is people come in and they're like, oh, I don't know about the cheese. But vegan cheese has come a long way. You know, before there weren't as many options, but I think there's so much more focus and emphasis on making things more delicious these days, as opposed to just having a alternative.
Screamers uses a specific vegan cheese to replicate the texture of dairy cheese.
So we use BioLife mozzarella.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So we've tried many cheeses, but this seems to be the one with the best smell, the best mouthfeel, I think.
What is it made out of?
Coconut oil and potato starch is the base of it. So again, it's very allergy friendly, no soy, no nuts.
Screamers also makes 2 cheeses in-house, an almond-based Parmesan and an ultra creamy ricotta.
Today we're gonna make our almond ricotta, which goes on a lot of our poor pizzas.
Yay, I'm excited. Okay, so I see you soak the almonds to soften them, but they're also blanched as well. There's no skin on them. So why is that happening there?
Yeah, because the skin tends to, one, give you like a little bit of a different mouthfeel. It's a little bit, a little bit grainy, and also just for color purposes.
Okay, should we get started? What are we doing first?
So we're gonna put in our soaked and blanched almonds into the Robocoup. All right, and then next we're gonna go with the salt. Lactic acid goes in there next.
Why are we using lactic acid here?
So it gives it a little bit of a tang, you know, that every cheese tends to have. We achieve that by putting the lactic acid in there.
All right.
Yeah. And then this is the blended oil. It's a little bit of vegetable oil and a little bit of olive oil. And then we're just gonna snap the lid on here.
The mixture blends for a couple minutes. Once everything gets creamy, it's time for a taste.
Are we done?
Yeah, we're
Looks
done.
delicious.
You want to give it a try?
I really would.
All right.
I thought you never asked.
Yeah, for sure.
Mmm.
Pretty good, right? Very creamy like ricotta.
Joy, it feels wrong to have cheese without the pizza.
For
so
sure.
what can we put this almond ricotta on top of?
Well, we're gonna show you one of our most popular pizzas, like we mentioned before, the buffalo cauliflower. Yeah, so we'll use the cheese that we just made for that.
All right, what are we starting with?
So this is our dough. We make all of our dough in-house. I'd say the most challenging part about making pizza at home is probably stretching the dough, right? So you want to start by flouring both sides so it doesn't stick. And then we're going to press out all of the air bubbles. And while pressing out the air bubbles, you're kind of like keeping it in this circle shape. So it makes it a little bit easier to stretch and still be formed into this like perfect, beautiful circle. All right, so now that we've gotten our air bubbles out here, we're gonna flip it over on our hand and start the stretching process.
It's like you literally do this in your sleep.
I know, I mean, I probably could, I probably have. All right, so
wow.
there we are.
Did you just see that though? That was like in 2 seconds. What is the trick to spreading sauce appropriately and well?
So you want to, I always start in the middle and then I circle out like this and I push the sauce to the sides.
It's like a little bit of like hypnosis going on.
Yeah, so take a big handful of the cheese and I will say, I'm gonna give you a little cheese spreading advice here.
Okay.
You wanna start high and then just kind of sprinkle it all around so you get an even coat, okay?
Okay, all right.
You're doing great.
Okay, I was looking for affirmation really quick.
Yes, you're doing a great job.
Did you see that?
The pizza gets a few generous dollops of that luscious ricotta.
How does this bake off?
Well, it actually gets a little bit crispy on top, which makes it so delicious.
Okay, what's next?
All right, so then we're going to put our buffalo cauliflower on top.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, tell me about how you prepare the cauliflower.
Okay, for sure. So we make our own buffalo sauce here, and we take, we break down cauliflower and we cook the cauliflower in buffalo sauce.
How hot is this oven and how long are we keeping our pizza in there for?
So we keep the oven between 500 and 550, and it's gonna cook for about 6 or 7 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, so super quick.
Quick.
Yep, and then it'll be nice, crispy, and golden brown on the edges, and that's how you know it's done.
The 7-minute wait, it felt like eternity.
How's it doing in there?
Oh, she's beautiful. All right, let's take one more peek at the bottom here. What do you think?
I think it looks gorgeous.
I think she's
What do you
beautiful.
think?
I think she's ready.
Joy, I've got to document this process.
Okay.
It's just simply a part of my brand.
Okay, do it. All right, you ready?
I'm ready. Dun dun dun. That looks so fire. Are you kidding me?
I know, right?
The pizza is served up in true New York style.
You're not eating off of a paper plate. Are you eating pizza?
Are you even eating a New York pizza?
No.
Amazing slice job.
Boom.
Come on.
What do you think?
Stop.
So good, right?
This tastes like real pizza.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say real pizza. It just tastes like regular dairy pizza.
Yeah. It's so good.
It's so delicious.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you, Joy, to be creating this traditional New York slice that's vegan, that gives so many more people an option?
It's awesome. I mean, when people come to New York, when people think about New York, one of the things they think about is pizza. You know, they want to check that box off. Oh, I had a New York pizza. So it's really, really awesome that we've given the option to every single person to be able to do that, you know? You know what I also really like to hear is people who have dairy allergies, or even parents with their children that have dairy allergies, and they are always so happy that we exist, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to have pizza. And like such a big part of a kid like childhood is eating pizza, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We do a lot of like little kids pizza parties and stuff like that. Ew. You know, it's so cute. So, you know, it's like that little bit of normalcy. It's like, oh, I can't have dairy, but still have really good pizza.
What are some of your favorite reactions from vegans and non-vegans alike who try your pizza for the first time?
Like a non-vegan's reaction, they are like, oh, it's actually good. And you're like, I told you so. Like, yeah. I mean, we have a lot of people that come in and this is their favorite pizza spot and they are not vegan.
If you can't travel to Brooklyn for a Screamer's pie, don't worry. I've got your dairy-free cheese cravings covered. Up next, I'm making my super creamy cashew queso.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
One of my favorite things to make when I'm having friends over, if I want a really delicious snack by myself, is my roasted jalapeno queso. You might be wondering, a plant-based version of queso? Are you okay, Sama? But to that I say, I'm perfect. Chile con queso is a Tex-Mex classic that's traditionally made with a great melting cheese and green chilies. We're using cashews as the base and nutritional yeast for a cheesy, savory flavor. And jalapeno, I can't forget about our spice. It's super creamy and cheesy. You won't even miss the dairy. Because I like a little spice in everything that I do, we're adding jalapeno to our queso. I like roasting the jalapeno to get that really smoky, delicious flavor. You've got your jalapeno, drizzle it generously with some olive oil. I like to just rub the jalapeno in the oil just to get it nicely coated. All right, say goodbye to our jalapeno. It's about to get roasted. See you later. The jalapenos roast at 400 degrees for about 10 minutes, until lightly charred. Look at our jalapeno. She's cooled. It's blackened on the outside. Also, you'll notice that when you let the jalapeno cool, it's gonna get a little wrinkly. That's totally fine. My secret weapon in creating a really delicious and creamy queso, cashews. I soak them either overnight or flash soak them for an hour in hot water. This allows the cashews to expand. They really get nice and pliable and soft. The first thing I'm gonna do is drain my cashews. Now I'm just gonna add them to my blender. Cashews are in. Now I'm just gonna add 2 cloves of garlic. You might be wondering how I'm gonna make this queso cheesy without the cheese, and to that I say, nutritional yeast. Nutritional yeast is one of my secret weapons in my plant-based repertoire. It's really amazing for creating a savory and cheesy taste to everything you add it to. Beautiful. This is such a super simple recipe, it's actually crazy. Everything's going into a blender. We're gonna add some salt and some freshly ground black pepper. And don't forget our gorgeous jalapeno. Now to help everything come together, I'm just adding a little bit of vegetable broth. You could use water. I just like using veggie broth because it adds some more taste, some more flavor, and we love more flavor when we're cooking, right? Beautiful. Now we get to blend. Are you excited? I'm excited. All right, let's blend. All right, let's check the texture. Creamy, velvety, queso-y, not a word, but I have my own dictionary. I don't know if you knew that. It's beautiful. My chips have arrived. I'm ready to plate my queso and I'm very excited about it.
because then I get to eat it. And that's what we're all here for. Check out this texture, okay? Are you checking it out? You sure? Creamy, cheesy, but no cream or cheese. Crazy. All right, I want this to look really cute, so I'm just gonna smooth the top out, the back of my spoon like so. A very simple garnish, just a little bit of pepper. Could you believe it could be that easy? Cheesy, delicious, creamy queso, no dairy involved. Now I get to eat it. Here I go. Chip ready to take a dip. Do you see that? Wow. Ooh, that heat is so good. This is in my cookbook, so I've obviously made this a bunch of times, but it's so good every time. Queso is perfect to share, so luckily I have my whole crew here. So guys, I don't know what you're doing. Get in here. Come on. That's more like it. Teamwork. Awesome. Love that for us. I hope this showed you can make really creamy, delicious, and cheesy recipes without the dairy. It's amazing. You have to try it. Not to be cheesy, or to be cheesy, I hope this inspired you to try cheese without the dairy, because it is just as delicious and versatile. It's so beautiful, and I would literally look at this and never know that there were no eggs in this.
No egg.
I'm Sama Dada. I'm a cookbook author and recipe developer in the plant-based food scene, which is becoming more innovative every day. I'm on a mission to see how startups, restaurants, and chefs are changing the way we see and eat plants. And I can't wait to show you how to bring more delicious dishes into your kitchen. Incredible edible eggs really are, well, pretty incredible. From a simple hard-boiled egg to a stunning souffle, eggs are essential parts of so many meals. They give great lift to pastry, make dishes super decadent, and they're also just delicious on their own. But how do you replace them in a plant-based diet? I'm going on a cross-country hunt to find out how chefs are cooking up savory meals and sweets, all without cracking a single egg. Right now, it's breakfast time. So I'm headed to a local spot right here in Brooklyn that's turning chickpea flour into a breakfast staple, the perfect scramble.
Hey! Oh my goodness!
Hi! Sama.
Amanda, so nice to meet you.
Amanda.
Nice to meet you, Cheyenne.
Cheyenne, nice to meet you. So excited to be here. Should we get inside?
Let's do it. Let's go. Awesome.
Cheyenne Willis and Amanda Fox own and operate Seitan's Helper in Brooklyn, New York. The couple, who wed in 2016, dish up vegan twists on classic New York City deli dishes. Their specialty? Remaking breakfast staples with a variety of plant-based eggs. A lot of people, when they go plant-based or they try and start eating a more vegan diet, right? Eggs are something that people seem to miss. So you do a lot of really interesting things with eggs here. And I want to know, how do you mimic the texture and the flavor of a regular egg?
Tofu just is never going to be eggs, so you just have to get to that closeness. So with our tofu scramble, Cheyenne uses a process of doing 3 different kinds of tofus. So they'll do 1 block of tofu in cubes, so you get that like little cube aspect. They blend some aspect to make it creamy, and then some they mash with their hands. So you get like a different sort of a scramble, like a creamy scramble with like little bits of bite to it.
From tofu scrambles to a chickpea-based omelet, there's no shortage of creative plates here. There's a lot of different avenues you can take with plant-based food, right? So why did you choose a vegan deli?
We're both from Pennsylvania. We both come from like getting your sandwich from the grocery store, and it's just like a classic nostalgic feeling. I grew up cooking with my grandparents and my mom, and it was just always classic Americana food. So we decided that this would be the most natural road for us to take. And this is just what came naturally to us.
Amanda and Cheyenne first met during high school in Pennsylvania. A few years after graduation, they reconnected and quickly fell in love over their shared passion for cooking.
We've just been always obsessed with food. Cheyenne's actually a classically trained pastry chef.
The two moved to Brooklyn and worked together at several restaurants across New York City. They tied the knot at Dunwell, a vegan donut shop in Williamsburg.
What is your favorite part about working with Cheyenne?
We're in each other's brains, 100%.
After working in traditional restaurants, they both had dreams of creating a more equitable eatery, run with a focus on treating staff fairly.
So we decided that when we made our space that it would be everybody's on the same playing field. We're all equal. It doesn't matter who technically owns it. It doesn't matter who does what or whatever. Everybody gets paid the same. We all are just here working together as a team.
In 2018, Amanda and Cheyenne started running a vegan pop-up, serving homemade seitan at various locations around Brooklyn. Seitan, the restaurant's namesake, is a high-protein meat substitute made from wheat gluten. The chefs use seitan to recreate plant-based deli meats, like bacon and roast beef.
I think the interesting thing about our food is we base it on those flavors that you're so used to. So when we were coming up with our salami recipe, I was like, okay, so what goes into actual salami? And we took those ideas and those flavors, so it became the base for this nostalgic food that we can now make vegan.
After a successful run, the pop-up graduated to a storefront in 2020. Putting down roots in a permanent location was vital for the couple, who wanted to create an inclusive space for vegan and queer communities.
We get to meet so many different types of people, and obviously because we're a queer-owned company, we attract all the queers, which is perfect with me. We have our loyal customers that have been with us from the jump. The same person who ordered from my very first pop-up came in the other day.
I was certainly ready for my breakfast sandwich. Cheyenne took me into the kitchen to make a Seitan's Helper signature.
All right, so what are we making first, Cheyenne?
So we're gonna start with the nomlets, our chickpea flour-based egg.
You say nomlet?
Nomlet,
Like
yes.
nom nom?
Absolutely.
I love that.
Yes. So we're gonna start with some chickpea flour here.
Okay. To make a perfect nomlet, building the right eggy texture is key. Cheyenne mixes oat milk, lemon juice, and oil with chickpea flour, or besan, a common ingredient in Indian cuisine.
Have you tested this with other flours, or have you landed on chickpea flour being the best for an eggy
Definitely
substitute?
tried with regular flour, but it is weird. So that's why we use the chickpea, just to keep it like lighter, fluffier, less harsh.
It looks really nice. It smells good already.
Yeah.
A few simple spices amp up the flavor and color of the dish.
A lot of spices in here to make it nice and nomlety.
Yeah, delicious. I feel that a lot of times in vegan cooking, people don't add a lot of spices.
Cheyenne's secret to upping the savory factor is Kala Namak, or Himalayan black salt, which comes from North India.
It adds this
To this
really
nomlet.
wonderful sulfuric acid taste. It brings that egg flavor really to the
That
front.
egginess, yeah.
The nomlet cooks for about 5 minutes before getting a flip.
Look at that. Stunning. Gorgeous.
Yeah. So we'll know when she's done, when she's a little bit firm.
Okay.
Yeah, she's pretty much good to go.
This looks really good and it smells amazing.
I'm glad.
It's like, it's giving me such a savory pancake vibe, even though it is also an omelet, so I love it.
The nomlet is served with even more plant-based breakfast staples.
All right, so I have our house-made
The bacon.
bacon here.
This is made out of seitan, I'm
It is,
assuming.
and there's like oats and cheese, jalapenos, bunch of fun stuff
Wow.
in here. We do not skimp on anything.
Love that.
And so I fried this up, and we're just gonna lay this gently down.
Amazing.
Just give it a little bit of fluff there.
Love it.
And then we would just close the lid up.
Ta-da! A totally vegan BEC.
Here I go. Whoa. Whoa, Cheyenne, whoa.
Lots of flavors.
The nomlet is crispy. The bacon is super flavorful. It's delicious.
Thank you.
The eggless egg sandwich really blew me away. Now it's time for lunch, and I happen to know a fantastic ramen spot on the other side of the country.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Among the countless ramen spots out there, Ramen Hood in downtown Los Angeles is truly something special. Everything on the menu is totally vegan. Ramen Hood was co-founded by Top Chef Season 2 winner Ilan Hall and world-renowned chef Rahul Kapkar in 2015.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
I'm so excited. Ramen Hood is one of just a few restaurants in the country specializing in plant-based ramen. And they were the first to offer a vegan soft-boiled egg, a traditional topping for this comforting soup. Rahul, you make vegan ramen. Can you tell me about why you do that and how this all got started?
It was actually my friend's idea. I was working in Denmark at the time, and he called me and he was like, hey, I have this idea for a vegan noodle concept.
That friend was Ilan, who had been running Esh, an Israeli barbecue joint in Brooklyn. Why make it vegan?
My business partner had a restaurant that was very meat heavy, and he was catching a lot of flack from vegans on Twitter. And that is kind of, it's not like the catalyst, but he was just kind of like, all right, well, I mean, I can do vegan food.
In 2014, Ilan invited Rahul to cross the Atlantic and bring his expertise from one of the world's most prestigious fine dining restaurants, Noma in Copenhagen.
Part of the reason he called me was because the restaurant I was working at, we were serving, I think, like 24 courses at the time, and like 16 of them were vegetable forward. And then once we kind of started talking about it and refining it, it just made sense for us to do ramen. Ramen's something I grew up eating. It's like a real kind of like comfort food for me, and definitely nostalgic. I used to come home from school and have a bowl with my grandmother.
Traditional ramen broth is usually made with pork, beef, or chicken bones. Sometimes it's a combo. But Ramen Hood uses vegan dashi, a liquid base made from konbu and shiitake mushrooms.
This is spicy garlic sunflower seed broth. We've got some bean sprouts in here, baby bok choy, king oyster mushrooms, scallions, sesame seeds, chili thread.
After pressure cooking and blending the ingredients with sunflower seeds, the chefs are able to create a creamy, umami-rich broth without any animal protein. But Rahul thought their vegan bowls wouldn't be complete without a classic topping, a creamy, soft-boiled egg. Why was it important for you to add this vegan egg into this ramen?
People expect an egg in ramen. It provides that creamy texture that kind of people are looking for. And in like a traditional bowl, it can be a really nice, like different thing to be eating. Like you've got chewy noodles, and you've got this pork, and then you've got an egg that's like a soft-boiled egg. It just makes the broth richer, and it kind of makes your entire experience eating the bowl feel richer.
Ramen Hood's secret? Mixing the dashi from their ramen broth with agar, a gelatin made from seaweed. Teach me how to make this.
Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. So we're gonna take 500 grams of our broth.
Okay.
This is the agar here. We're just gonna put a little bit in. Dump this in here. So I'm stirring this around to make sure the agar doesn't clump and settle.
Okay. And how long does it take to get to the point where you want it to be?
Not long. It'll take just a couple minutes.
After the agar mixture simmers, it's poured into a custom mold to create an egg shape.
How many of these do you make a day?
About 150.
Within just a few minutes, the liquid firms up, and it looks and feels just like a boiled egg white.
This literally tastes like, first of all, this tastes so good. It tastes like ramen broth, like a lot of umami, but also the texture is very egg white.
Yeah, because it's just the broth.
way
It's
better.
like, it's got the richness from the sunflower seeds.
Yeah.
To make a whole egg, the chef uses a melon baller to scoop out room for the yolks.
That's so crazy how like gelatinous it is. Like a egg white. Okay, I'm gonna go. Don't judge me. First time.
That was pretty good. That was better than most people's first try.
When the egg whites are firm, it's time to fill them with the creamy yolk.
It's vegan mayo with food coloring and black salt, like Indian black salt.
Kala namak,
Yeah, so it's got the egg flavor to it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. And you just
So-
pipe it in?
Yeah. Here. Yeah. That's it. You just
I'm
go.
like looking for my affirmation.
Just go to yeah. Just do the rest of it. There you go.
This jiggly, soft-boiled egg helps complete a ramen experience that hasn't been available to many vegan foodies for years.
Okay, I'm going for the egg. I feel like I owe it to us to go for the egg.
I think you should just one bite it.
Wow. It's so good. I truly haven't had ramen in years because I mostly can't eat it anywhere. So this is revolutionary for my life. Like, this is a plot twist for me. I love it. I'm coming back. I'm bringing my parents next time.
This vegan hard-boiled egg might be pretty advanced for a home chef, but I've got a super easy egg swap for baked goods that only requires 2 ingredients.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
If you're looking to replace eggs in your baked goods, maybe you're allergic, you're vegan, or you simply don't like eggs, a flax egg might be the substitute for you. I'm going to show you how to make 2 flax eggs today. So we're using 2 tablespoons of flaxseed meal with 5 tablespoons of warm water. You can see it right here. This is going to blow your mind. It's super simple. Grab your flaxseed meal, add it to a bowl, clean bowl. And next, I'm just going to add my warm water. I know, it's challenging, right? We want to give this a nice little stir, get everything nice and incorporated. All of the flax should get in there. We're gonna let this sit aside for about 5 minutes until it gets nice and thick and gelatinous. After, you can use it as a sub for your eggs and your baked goods.
So I'm just gonna let it hang out. It's gonna chill out, have some spa time. See you soon. Welcome back. It's been 5 minutes while I waited for my flax egg to do its thing. You wanna wait until it's nice and gelatinous. So that might take you a couple extra minutes, no worries. Let's check the texture. Check this out. She's thick, gelatinous. I keep saying that word, but it's true. Flax eggs really work like eggs to help bind and thicken your baked good. It's not gonna rise exactly like eggs would, but you're not gonna taste it at all. It's still gonna be a delicious and perfectly baked good. I'm not saying this belongs in a museum, but it might belong in your cookies, okay?
Flaxseed isn't the only swap vegan bakers can use to replace eggs. One bakery in Portland is using all sorts of different ingredients, from applesauce to tofu, to make plant-based desserts that are totally decadent.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
When it comes to pastry and baked goods, eggs are pretty egg-central.
They definitely help bind things together in baking. They provide moisture. They have some fat and protein, which just provide the structure for the baked good, for it to rise. They give lift. So they are really hard to replace.
This is Lisa Clark, the founder of Petunias, Portland's first all-vegan and gluten-free bakery.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for coming in.
She's also an expert in egg-free baking.
It really depends on the product that we're making and the qualities that each egg substitute has and what you want the end result to be like. And the other ingredients that are in the recipe, it has to work well with what you're making. We use a lot of coconut yogurt, which gives a lot of moisture and it helps make things a little lighter. Applesauce also does help to give moisture and a little bit of lift. And chia seed meal I love, and it's very healthy for you, which is an added bonus. We use this like in our chocolate chip cookie. It works really well in cookies to help bind things together and give a nice texture. This is silken tofu that's pureed with a milk, so you could use coconut milk, almond milk, rice milk with an immersion blender. That's really nice in like a pound cake that we make or a poppy seed muffin that we make. It helps give some structure and stability.
In 2003, Lisa learned she was intolerant to dairy, gluten, and eggs. She decided to take control of her diet by turning to one of her favorite childhood hobbies.
My mom is who taught me how to bake, and it's just something we did together all the time. She had ALS when I was a child, and she passed away when I was 12, which was really, really hard, and so there wasn't a lot that we could do together because she was so limited physically. She was in a wheelchair, and I was the youngest of 3, and I was home with her all the time and helped take care of her. And one thing she could do was just explain to me how to bake and tell me what to do, and I would have our little KitchenAid mixer and follow the directions and get up on my stool and do it, and I loved it. And it's one thing that we could do to bond and to do something together. She had a little ceramic pig's head that hung over the stove when I was a kid, and her name was Petunia the pig. And so when I was trying to think of a business name, I remember the pig who was at my dad's house, And I thought, that's perfect, petunias.
Lisa adapted her mom's recipes to be gluten-free and vegan. It took her months of experimenting before she was finally ready to start selling her baked goods.
I remember when I started doing this, I really didn't have doubt. I knew that it was going to go well, and I knew that there were other people like me that had dietary restrictions or lived a different lifestyle, and that there was a niche to fill.
Petunia's Pies and Pastries started as a booth at Portland's Farmers Market in 2009. Lisa's cowgirl cookies, pecan sticky buns, and gorgeous cupcakes immediately appealed to people with various food allergies.
Every week, every day, I would go do my whole setup, set up my table, my booth, and get out there, and there were so many people that would come, wait in line, like down the whole farmer's market for I don't know how long. I would have people come and just be in tears because they haven't been able to eat like a donut for 20 years or something, or kids come with food allergies, and mom's crying because they can't find a cupcake for them, and now they can have a cupcake, and that makes me emotional. It's awesome to see that gluten-free, vegan, dairy-free, egg allergy, whatever it is, we can accommodate these people and make everyone feel special and everyone feel included and just bring joy to everybody that we can.
Petunias has expanded over the last decade. They have a bakery in downtown Portland and a national wholesale business. It's a family affair to keep things running. Lisa's husband, Jacob Williamson, is a former barista. He manages all things coffee in the bakery. Her sister, Erica Clark, runs the wholesale business and the company's social media accounts. But I'm here to learn all about Lisa's innovative egg substitutes.
I'm really interested to know how you landed on all of these different egg subs. How did you figure all of this out?
Oh my gosh. I don't know how I figured it out. Actually, I think just a lot of practice and testing recipes over and over, and you change one thing every time, so you end up eating a lot of like wasted pastries. But eventually you arrive at this is the right mix, and you find it and you keep it.
On the menu today, decadent chocolate cupcakes.
What are we doing first?
So we're gonna make the chocolate cake batter first. We have our flour blend here you can put in there, which has rice flour, millet flour, tapioca flour, and flaxseed meal.
Wow.
And then we have our natural cocoa powder that's sifted. And then we have all of our leavenings and our salt. Whisk that.
I love a whisk.
Instead of eggs, this batter stays moist thanks to a special squash, pumpkin.
It's gonna give it some structure. A lot of gluten-free products, especially without the egg too, they can dry out pretty easily, but like the pumpkin and applesauce help bind it together, but also they do give a lot of fluff and moisture, so it works out perfectly.
Next in, organic canola oil, coconut milk, sugar, and espresso to really pump up that chocolate flavor.
So now we can add the dry ingredients.
This looks so amazing. I love batter. It's a struggle to get it to the pan sometimes.
Oh yeah, totally.
So I came prepared with a spoon
gosh.
to taste it.
Yeah, try it.
As all normal people do.
Right. I love you're prepared.
Right? Okay.
Look good.
That was good. It's crazy because you really don't even need eggs for this.
You
for it to
really
taste
don't.
delicious.
Yeah, you don't. That's the thing. I feel like you really can make everything without eggs, and they're just not necessary. So why not do it a different way?
The batter is much thicker than a traditional cake batter, making it super easy to scoop out perfectly even portions.
That looks great.
Super cute.
Perfect.
Very fluffy. It's a very fluffy batter.
It is very fluffy. Yeah.
Why is it so fluffy?
It should be. Well, I think we just did a really good job.
We just did an amazing job.
We're gonna bake them at 350 in the oven for about 20 to 22 minutes, or until you put a toothpick in the center and it comes out clean.
Now to the most artistic part of baking, decorating. Lisa uses dairy-free butter to make super creamy frosting that also pipes well.
This is our salted peanut butter buttercream, which is amazing. It's so good. This is the fun part, and you just have to not worry too much. I always say that cakes and cupcakes can smell fear, so if you're hesitant, it's not gonna work out. You try it.
I'm going really heavy.
You did a great job.
Am I hired?
It's perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, I love it.
The cupcakes are topped with melted ganache and torched marshmallows.
bubbling up. Voila, a beautiful chocolate cupcake with a plant-based twist. Look at that. It's so
Perfect.
beautiful, and
It
I would
looks great.
literally look at this and never know that there were no eggs in this.
No eggs.
Oh my God. You know what's crazy is you can't have peanuts.
I can't.
But I do know someone who can.
Yes.
Your husband, Jacob.
He can,
Jacob, you have
yeah.
to come
He
share this with me.
loves
Come
peanut
on.
butter.
Cheers. This is insane. This is honestly so delicious. So fluffy. It's got so much texture and flavor. Truly, if somebody gave this to me, I would have no idea that this is a plant-based vegan pastry. Lisa's cupcakes are out of this world, and she says she owes it all to her biggest inspiration. Your mom really started your love for baking, so what does it feel like to open this bakery as a tribute and in honor of her?
I know my mom sees all this for sure. She's like guardian angel watching over us, helping me along the way, and I know that she would be so proud.
Are you ready? Whether you're skipping eggs for an allergy or because you're vegan, there are so many more options now. Culinary innovation is making eggs more accessible to everyone.